Fixerbot says.
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes.
Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
E minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean.
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
Gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
Yeah, so I know you can't hear me. I forgot one thing. Oh, I forgot the laptop is on. Just a sec. Yeah, I just went live again. I am. You're on my Kelly laptop. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. It was start. It started talking on the floor, so I'm logging in now. Yeah, yeah. My laptop started talking to me. Just a second. I'll see you. What was the last letter in my password? How do you type it all in once? Go there. Oh gosh, this computer is really bad. Just a sec. I'm gonna hook you up on I'm just starting Discord on my normal computer. You can be on stream if you want to. Yeah, I was about to do track me lateral movement and pivoting. Let's see. I'll see if I can raise the volume of the machine. So now I could probably hear you better. Let's see here. So I'm gonna hop into this on my PC instead. So hello.
Hello.
Ah,
Hello.
now you're on stream. I think.
Oh no, don't do that. Oh my God, no. Hello, everybody.
I can
My
stop it
favourite.
if you want it.
No, it's cool.
That's
I'm only
cool.
going to say I've only popped in to say hello for 5 minutes
Okay.
and wish you a happy stream.
Yeah.
I've got to go out now anyway, but I just saw that you were in here and I've had the chance to pop in and say hello to you.
So the
Just to remind you, you owe me a run still, right? So you
yeah
still owe me that run.
yeah
So don't
I
forget
still
that,
owe
all
you
right?
I owe you a run.
Yeah, I must see loads of effort, right? You know what I mean? No slacking, no walking, no slow jogging.
So
You know what I
actually
mean? Good way.
running. Okay, I'll have to wait a few weeks to manage that.
All right. But you still owe it to me. I want to see it. All right.
Oh yeah, so of course
And
it'll be
yeah, when I
IRL.
get,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, and if I get back, if you're still streaming, when I get back today, of course I've got to have my redeems ready for you, the squats, sit ups, and push ups, or whatever else you do, start
Yeah,
jumps, all of that.
yeah. Go for it. Go for it.
So, I'm a real taskmaster. You should have picked different redeems for me. You should have picked nice, easy redeems. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, nice to hear your
Alrighty.
voice. Very nice. You talked about streaming in my Discord too. Yeah, yeah. I'm waiting for it
Yeah,
now.
I will do. I'm gonna do some hack the box. I've got my new graphics card today, which I installed.
Oh, nice, nice.
Computer's running beautifully. I've got VirtualBox installed, ready to go. So I just need to build my Kali VMs,
Mm-hmm.
log into Hackbox, and we're going to do some CTFs again very, very soon. So looking forward to it.
Nice, nice. Yeah. So maybe you will even be streaming on Twitch then.
Maybe
Maybe.
I'm a little bit shy, but maybe.
You can start in my Discord. If you
Okay,
want
yeah, we'll
to.
start your Discord. That's what we'll
Yeah,
do. We'll start the
yeah.
Discord, build
Start
up my
start on the
confidence,
Discord and yeah, do that.
and then maybe I'll do some Twitch streaming at some point. But yeah,
Yeah.
we'll have to build up my confidence first and build my skills up before I make a complete fool of myself.
You're very welcome to
Failing
do
hack
that.
easiness.
Yeah.
All
Yeah. So
right, Fix It. Listen,
oh,
I've got to go because I've got to go and see my dad.
yeah,
But
do that.
I wish you a happy stream, and I shall catch you a bit later.
You too. See you later. Yeah,
Take
and
care. Bye.
if you don't hear, say hi to your dad. And
I will do.
yeah,
I will do. I will
yeah.
do. Yes, I will do. I'll probably show him your stream while I'm around there actually, and say this is my friend,
Oh,
and this is what she does. So
okay.
not that he understands much. He's a bit too old to understand it all, but I do try and explain it to him. But
Yeah,
it's like I can see him glazing over, so I give him the very rough outline.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
we
kind.
break into computer network stuff. That's what we do.
Okay.
Uh, All right, take care, Pixie.
Okay,
I'll
take
catch you
care.
later.
Bye bye. See you
Bye.
later. So that's what can that can sometimes happen. Your Kala laptop on the floor can start talking to you. So it was on my floor because I tried and debug my mics before, and I had first yesterday my new Focusrite mic just stopped in the middle of stream, and then today
Opinion
the
says,
blue mic did the
I'm
same.
famous.
You're famous now. You'll be more famous when you stream yourself. And then this one did to, earlier today, and I was like, okay, yeah, I don't like this. So now I'm actually using my kid's mic. And I do have a white blue mic too to test, but I did go and test this on another computer, and it works fine. So the mic is not affected itself. That's what I wanted to do before I started plugging something else in. And I am going to reinstall this computer. I've been waiting, and I have a new hard drive now, an SSD that's bigger than the one I have, 1 terabyte. So I've been like, yeah, I should do that. I should do that. So I'm thinking I won't debug this more. I could like dig into why on earth could this happen, but I'm just going to scrap it all and reinstall it. Probably during the weekend. We'll see. It all depends on how much my family requires my time. So, so that was Whooping Yin talking. If you didn't hear, on via Discord, and it went through my mic. It was a bit curious there. Oh, so setups
Pixelbat
already?
says,
Time to move it, move it.
Okay, so you're
10
getting
chair
me
sit-ups redeemed.
started.
Time to move it, move it. 10 high jumps
So let's
redeemed.
go for it. So
Time to
I'm
move
gonna
it, move
start
it.
with the sit-ups
15
actually,
squats redeemed.
and I will probably do some like easy jumps today
Opinion
because
says,
I
I promised.
you promised, yeah. I can't have you getting too many points there because you might redeem something like me running or something. Nah. So maybe I should have like a time limit on that run. What do you think? Like 30-minute time.
Lol.
Okay, so let's go. Yeah, I'm a little bit. I've got a little bit of headache today, so I'm going to do it very slowly.
I think so. Ouch.
I don't know how many that was. It was enough. Yeah, so I'll do a break in between today. So when I got home, I had both a headache and felt a little bit sick, so I'm taking it slow. And I'll answer your Discord message there too. So a lot of streams today. This is the third one because I restarted before. So you can hear me good, right? Right, we didn't actually fix a new mic. So you're actually still using this mic, which we should fix. So settings, and let's hop over to audio. And this one is actually there. So it stopped working immediately. Testing, 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 testing. So before I started stream, I tested to record with this mic. I have not restarted, I have not done anything. So this is very interesting. And I have not switched the recording device. Will this work? Can I get audio input from this mic now? No, I can't. Okay, okay. I mean, is it time to run antivirus? This is just too odd. Well, so What could possibly have happened? Anyway, I'm not going to break stream again. I'm going to do what I was planning to do, and we'll just continue with this mic. It'll have to do. I know that the mic I used before here worked fine when I used it on another computer, so it's this PC that needs to be said bye-bye to. I'm gonna close down Discord again, and we already up. We already have the VPN running and everything, because this is on Proxmox, so even though my computer restarted several times, this one has just been there waiting. And as I think someone else is also doing the same one, whatever, okay, or something here. This one had not timed out, though I just filled an hour, but it was already 39 minutes, so someone else is doing the same one. And this is not, something your separate networks, but yeah,
Right, I'm about to hop on the bike and drive around to my dad for a cup of tea and a chat with him.
do
Have a
that.
good stream, and I'll see you later if
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
still
and
on.
it was very nice to hear your voice too, Booking in. Very nice. So it was like, what's that audio? I can hear something. Hello. And I was like, oh, it's from there, down there on the ground. So I'm sorry if I wasn't responding very well at the start. So have a great time with your dad. So let's see now.
Litty let's go chapt dance.
Translated
Yeah.
from Turkish.
So I have already read this bit, and this bit, and this bit, and then this. So we're done with that. Okay. So the last thing I did, right, of course I don't have my notes either. Your local account versus domain accounts. This bit here is this. But I copied from this, and we have the source there too, so it's obvious where it's from, as we just cut the whole text. There was also a link for this, and I was thinking of TTS as this while I was doing something else, but it's just a normal text about UAC, I'm thinking. So let's hop here. Spawning processes remotely. This tiles will look at the available methods an attacker has. Though I did actually learn something new about OBS before we start here. I totally forgotten. Oh right, I actually synced it too before I started streaming, so it was when I started streaming. Because I went to advanced audio properties. I tested to do the monitor and I increased this. And then the mic was on, and then I clicked the start stream button, and then it didn't work. Interesting. Because it was dead from the start of stream, and that's 5 minutes countdown. Okay, so if I do now this one, monitor and output, I can hear it, my voice in my ear, and it's kind of instantly that I hear it. So, and now it's off, of course, and that's a bad audio. This is a bad mic. Should I not stream? Should we do another stream? So I have to turn it off to be able to talk normally. What I'm thinking is that we could fix my computer instead. Maybe that's better Friday fun. I do have a bit of a headache now, though. So bad audio today. Hmm. I still want to finish the room actually. I will have to. I shouldn't do that. That would have definitely killed stream, right? Closing OBS. Messy day, but so let's actually open settings meanwhile here. Hmm. So I just thought I'd fix my settings back to usual. Hmm. So my computer is definitely behaving very strangely right now. I'm sorry for all the black screens. So let's just continue. Hmm. Spawning processes remotely. This task will look at the available methods an attacker has to spawn a process remotely, allowing them to run commands on machines where they have valid credentials. Each of the techniques discusses uses slightly different way, discussed uses slightly different ways. So I have to
Welcome to my
unplug my
stream,
phone.
where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected,
It restarted
you know
the
what I
thing
mean.
where I control the volume of that. So why did it start? Because I managed to click the. It shouldn't have died when I unplugged the phone. The battery is not totally dead on this stream control phone, but it's always connected to USB, micro USB, and now it just turned off. Very odd. Let's see here. So it says 1% battery. So it might not. So it was complaining about not being able to charge, and then I unplugged it and it died. And when I took it to unplug it, I must have clicked the stream song button. So no USB transfers, and we start the program, load the deck, and I'm gonna. It's just muted, it's still playing. Stream song on off there. So now it should look as it should look, and this should be charging. So many things off today. Whatever. Let's just continue. Each of the techniques discussed uses slightly different ways to achieve the same purpose, and some of them might be better fit for some specific scenarios. PSXX ports 445 TCP SMB. Uh, Required group permission administrators. Yeah, so we need to, of course, add these to our nodes. So I'm seriously thinking about doing something else today after all of this. And I do feel a bit sick after. I shouldn't have done the sit-ups. Yeah, so here we have the path. So we did this one, right? Because we couldn't get one of the 80 ones to connect. Order doesn't matter, right? I kind of feel like doing a box. This is a box. Don't know about this one. Maybe it's just not my day and I should rebuild my computer instead. Uh, Deploy Windows machine. Yes, I think we should do this one after having done the others. Um, should we fix something in here? So what have we got left here? I'm sorry for totally like derailing my own plan here, but it's actually the mics that did it, right? Um, so this one is finished. This one is not finished. Um, so we need to do that. This one, maybe we should just delete it. And this one, let's start it. I want to crash machines too. I want to see how many machines we can start. Yeah, I'm changing it to Proxmox for now, and then we'll see. Maybe I'll just play a game. Hmm. Not on this channel though. Ah, we have this to check out too. Maybe we'll learn Go. I do have this up too though. So this is half an hour of Rust, and I'm like halfway. Uh, oh, why did I click LinkedIn? So Windows 10. We haven't done. We installed Windows on this one only, right? So if we look at snapshots, we and drivers for Proxmox. Yeah. Ah, I think. So look here, we can see the IP address of the machine here. No, that's this machine. So what's this one's IP? Let's see, did I do password? So we were going to join this one to the AD. So maybe we'll do AD hacking but a different way. I'm annoyed. Mostly at my headache. Let's start it again. I should have like I'm a bit sick, but I don't think it's that I'm sick. I think it's just my back problems. I lifted too heavy stuff, probably. Hmm. So we'll see what IP address this one has. And hmm. Is there somewhere where we can like add comments on the machine? Oh no. Can I add not the hardware but actually a comment about the machine? What I'm thinking of is the IP. We can just update the names, I guess. This is why we don't want to use this. So this is nicer. This is very good. Good enough. So we're actually on the machine here. Yes, I do want to do this too. I just don't think I will get the most out of it when I'm not feeling in top shape. So this machine is very, very, very odd. Starting this slowly. Why is it black? And I can also see the size changes for every. You see here, the size changes. So why? Why can't I see anything? I entered the password. Well, I guess we try the shutdown button then. Then we have this one, which I'm not sure ever started. I just copied it, this one, and renamed it. And we don't have any snapshots on this. We do on this one. So if this one doesn't start, we can go from there. So it is still started. Let's just stop. We were evil and press the power button on it. This one still, the icon still says it's started now. So let's click start. Now we can see. And let's check out the hardware. Oopsie, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I ever want. How can I disable that? So it has 2 gigs, one processor. So it is very black again. So um, let's just not do that. So I think it might be 81. Same machine. And maybe it's just slow. It has one core of a i7 2600 and 2 gigs of RAM. So I should probably just wait when it's black, right? But I was going here. I was just gonna check the IP. So we know how many IPs we've used now, from 76, which is the servers, until I think we were on 185 or something. Right. So this one is intended to be able to connect to try hack me. And that's why we put this file here too. So let me just grab another file. Downloads, and again, going down to VPN. Maybe we should have this one there too. No? So, why? I think it worked before. Do. No? Interesting. Excellent connection and UDP is enabled. Oh, it's still starting. Of course, I shouldn't expect much of it. I'll take the opportunity to go check on my kids. Did I put the laptop back? Right. Can't bring this. I promise not to have a mic at the house. Now I use it as a mic.
Alpha Victor Charlie says. Hi. Translated from Italian. Hi. Goodbyes. Translated from Italian. Okay, cool. I'm hungry like wolves. Translated from Italian. This is nice.
So I'm kind of thinking several directions.
Oh hi.
Hi.
I was testing your bot translating stuff.
Mmm. Ah. Welcome in. You're Italian?
No.
Nope. Just testing. Yeah. So stuff happened. Well, mostly that my mics keep not working, and I'm using this thing. So I might like debug stuff, but we've at least tested that this machine works. Um, we had a plan to continue with this. Let's just. So we also have a. Both of these are running on Proxmox. So this is the Kali VM, and then we have this
Neckband headsets are the best in the
Windows
ho.
one. Okay. Yeah, so this one didn't want to work today. This one stopped working yesterday, and now I plugged in another one, and it took like the 5 minutes for stream to start for it
Ouch.
not starting working. I don't. They're not broken. It's just this PC. So I went downstairs and connected this to another computer, and it works fine. So it's not actually broken. It's just this computer is doing something odd with it. So that we can delete that OVPN file. Um, mm, 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 mm. We have logic. Then we're doing hardware. I do have a bit of a headache too, though. So I'm kind of
Oh.
thinking, what?
Are you sure you're on Windows and not Linux?
I'm on Windows. Yeah. So this is the Proxmox server. So we're running these two VMs right now. I also want to see what happens if I start too many. You know, this one takes 2 gigs. This one has 4 sockets and 2 gigs. I think I will decrease this to 2. As the other Kali, my old one, had only 2. Let's see if we can do this like on the fly. So let's minus that. It will be 2. And it
You have
will not
Proxmox running
update.
on your Windows?
No, so this is running on the machine over there, and that is Proxmox is Debian. It's running Debian. So you just connect in your browser to its IP and 8006. That's how you like manage it.
Specs of the machine?
This is an i7 2600 with 60 gigs RAM, so it's not very good, but it's good enough. It's been good, and yeah, the Kali bean works fine. We're running here a try hack me network VPN for AD stuff. So we're connected to one of their AD machines here. Only I kind of I feel a bit sick, to be honest.
i7 2600.
Yeah,
Wow, that can run Proxmox?
yeah, no problem at all. And we can see how many machines we can start. Let's actually restart this Linux one so we get it running with these settings. Right, and for some reason the button disappeared. It's very odd. Oh, I think I might have a clue what happened to it.
Wow, Kali used to run Backtrack before it was Kali.
Ah, okay. So there.
Shellshock 1337 says. That Windows has to go Kappa. Wapinion says.
Quick
Uh,
hello before my battery dies.
okay, hello, Opinion. Welcome back in and bye bye again. And say hi to your dad. Hello. So this one is stopped now. We have this one still running. But if we start this now, it should update this. So if I just F5 the page, now I have to go in here and click OK again. Let's do it twice. So it's definitely updating. So now no orange stuff there. So now it is much thinner. It's not taking as much resources. So we start this one. This one is still running. Let me start the 80 server. Let's change its memory first before we start it. So we can give it a maximum and a minimum. Uh, so 2048. The ballooning thing here. Yeah, right. It said the Windows couldn't do this very well. All right. So let's go up to that again because Windows. So we'll just do this.
Alpha Victor Charlie says. Do you have it right up on your other system running Proxmox?
Um. So what you after really? Because what I do have is public notes, and in my
Like
notes I
doesn't
have
have
my
UPS.
no. It's just a PC. It's a desktop on my floor that I'm going to move into the wardrobe when I'm done with it. Kind of now, really. Yeah. So it'll be on the shelf in the wardrobe.
Oh, okay.
Uh, so then it can be on when I'm sleeping, and also it's kind of getting a lot of heat into the room. So now it's 27.4 in here, and it was before I started the computer. It was like 26 point, yes, 8 or something. So it wasn't very much cooler, but still. Let's scroll down to so on installing and stuff. On installing Proxmox, I have stuff in here. Uh, so here's the installing of Proxmox. It's very not very complex, but it does install itself on all partitions. So I had to move partitions and make changes in the sizes and stuff. Yeah, that was this.
So I have an old laptop which I am trying to repair. Since we have
Uh,
power outages, it's better to use laptops as systems. Don't have to use apps.
mm, oh, okay. Oh, so we rarely have any power outages. It's kind of stable. We did have one for 20 minutes like a week ago, and then before that
So
it
these notes are
was,
public?
yeah, and it's not finished here, because I kind of abandoned that thought because of the way the partitions are positioned in this one. It's can't expand really. That's why. Um, let's update the notes. Take the opportunity.
This is obsidian, right?
Yeah, it's obsidian. It's just a little purple. So let's yeah, right, H. So CD, yeah, obsidian public. So here we have the base of it.
Purple seems to be a bit of a theme.
Oh, you saw right straight through me. Yeah, it's a bit purple there. So we have some stuff to add. So let's see. It is the 14th, 2025 or 314. How did that happen? It's so quick time. I mean, it was just the 1st March, right? And now it's the 15th. I don't
Do
get
you
it.
work mostly
Time
with
just
Windows, right?
flies. 14th. Uh, it all depends. So I have worked mostly with Windows. Now I'm like 50-50, I guess. I do prefer Linux quite a lot. Command line stuff. I prefer command line stuff to GUI stuff a lot of the time. Sometimes not, like burp, right? There are good things, GUI things. Anything special you're thinking of? So let's just check this. Hmm. So I should really do an export of the notes too. We could do that.
Why does it say tech help?
Because I could help you if you need help too.
Move
Uh,
VMware WKST to
oh gosh, that's the
proxmox.md.
wrong thing. This one. Yeah, so this is how I fixed. Path does not exist. Browse. So why did it fix it for the to come? So I started working with IT in like 96. So I worked in IT since 96. But I've been home a bit with my kids too. So I kind of thought so. Okay, we have notes 1 to 3 and old. We don't have any notes. That's why. And then it's defaulted back to the main directory. Okay, get it? So, 52 column public notes.
Can you fix my printer/phone? It will only take you 5 minutes, my family.
Yeah,
It's never just 5 minutes.
yeah, but it's fun to help people, don't you think? Um, so let's check, because I'm kind of thinking, yeah, there's stuff that needs to be added. And the reason, let's get rid of GTFO bins instead of having this exception here. So, Let's do some general fixing instead of doing the 80 stuff because I've got too much headache. I don't want to like waste doing triacme rooms that are knowledge related on me not my brain not functioning properly. Public. And so where did I have the whole darn GTFO bins in here? InfoSec, tools and info Linux. And there we have GTFO bins, the whole Git repo. So I'm just gonna delete it. And there's nothing else in here that we need to get rid of. So I still will just use the website, right? I just thought that it might be useful to have it synced. And then I changed my mind. So let's export it. And I'll show you. First of all, there's the GitHub, where you can see this and some other stuff. And it's already updated. But let's update the web page too, which is fixit42.com/notes. Like /notes here. And now we can just select all of it.
Thanks.
And let's do export. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Will I miss something? So I don't want to export all GTFO bins too. So it always keeps saying warnings. Warning! All files will be exported with a warning, right? No existing search index.
Wait, your website is managed from within Obsidian, or just the notes?
Just the notes. The rest is bad. It's just me. HTML and CSS. I need to like learn how to make it responsive. So, so I made this long, like over a year ago, and then I haven't done anything more. Let's see if I can move that out of the way. So I just played around with these kinds of things, you know. And this one spins. But I just added these. It said just I will add more, and
How
now
is this
these are
being
actually
generated?
links.
I went a bit off for a few minutes.
So this is just a normal page, but this is Obsidian. And it's a plugin for Obsidian that generates this. And this, when I added this, that I made it purple because it grabs the color that I have. You can also use the left side if you want. Um, so it is like kind of
Plugin's
nice like
name?
this. I don't know if I can see it now when it's running. Maybe I can. Export Vault. We can do settings here. Web page HTML export. And I'm not totally happy with this plugin. I'm looking for better ones, but I haven't found anything that's better for now. So here's also Nathan George made
Thank
this
you.
one. So it's not perfect, but it kind of works. Like this. This is one of the bugs. So it's kind of saying it's finished, but it will be going for half an hour more at least, right? Uh, so I don't know exactly what it's doing, but if you just don't do anything, it will finish finally at some point in time. And yeah, so let's see if I can close this. No, it's like locked now. All of Obsidian is just busy. So it's this plugin. So what I was thinking of doing was actually doing something we didn't finish from a previous Try Hack Me room here.
Damn, so it's generating the HTML for all pages even if they were not edited?
Yeah. Oh, you can select that. I wanted to do all of it. Uh, mm, so I also have only done it. This is the third time, so maybe I'll change that. Mm, mm, it's the third time I put it on the web page. So I was just going for, I guess it's a breaching one, or is it enumerating?
Are you gone through tree hacking completely?
I haven't gone through it completely, but I'm going through stuff. So we can like, no, that one works. So I noticed that one of the paths is going to be removed, so I'm thinking of going through that one before it's gone. I don't know how long it will take before it's gone though, so maybe we don't have the time. But it's not like we would waste time anyway, right? You always learn something. Um, so yeah, I'm like, why isn't it updating? So we're currently 74% on this one. And then I'm thinking I should do some blue stuff too. But this is my plan for after this one. Um, so this one is also 83, so maybe we'll finish this one quickly. Uh, then we have this cyber defense. Path will be
How do you
decommissioned
manage
soon.
projects?
Manage projects. What kind of project do you mean? It all depends, if it's just me. Mm, So sometimes I just have it in my head, and sometimes I write it down in Obsidian, and sometimes I do something else. Now I can't use Obsidian right now because it's still stuck on this page here, and it will be there for a bit. So, um, but yeah, so maybe we should do this cyber defense one. I'm curious. So we can't see what's in there without clicking it. So, cyber defense.
So I have multiple projects currently in very different stages of completion.
Okay,
Projects, I mean projects on GitHub. Some HTML/CSS/JS, some React, some Python.
okay, okay. Um, so if they are on GitHub, they're kind of like there. That's how I see it. But are you thinking of planning what to do next? How to like have some kind of overview of them? So in Obsidian, you can have links. So if you have, for example, export one of these Obsidian things, you can have links that are external to your different projects if you want to make them visible for other people. But you could also just make like lists. I also use like Google Docs and Sheets, but not as much anymore. I kind of do most things in Obsidian now. So this was already, oh, Wireshark. We haven't finished Wireshark 101. Then we have Oh, this is interesting. I should really do this. This is good. Basic info and stuff. Then we have Splunk too. Core Windows processes internals. Event log system. OS query.
But keeping
Skill.
track of which one to work on next. Like
Yeah.
Project A is say paused while I am completing breeding say wake clock stuff.
Mm. Yeah, so I just have a list of what to do and priorities, and I can't open Obsidian, but I can just like. So let's say you have to do. And sorry for bright light, and then you do like Project A, whatever name is, and then you have like this is need to fix ABC. And I didn't even spell need right. And then you have project B, and you have something you need to fix here. Well, we don't have the intent type.
Okay, understood.
And you can have like a sub thing here too. Parts of that. And then if you decide that this is more important, you could just cut it and put it on top. You know, it doesn't have to be very complex for just basic stuff. And then you have a quick overview, and then you can have, of course, this could be like a link to details, right, of what you're doing. So I have stuff that I could show you if it wasn't frozen right because it's exporting. Wasn't that smart to do that on stream, maybe? But whatever. I'm kind of like, it's Friday, I have a headache.
I want to
Um,
keep everything in Obsidian, but I have to use Notion for keeping track of projects.
okay, okay. Just a sec. My mom called, and I see she just called for a second, but she's called before for. I'll see what's up. No, it wasn't today. She called before. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna see what she wants. So I'll check.
Talk to your mom. Though.
Hello. Hur är det?
Va?
Du ringde. Ville du någonting?
Nej, ja, men jag har förstått att det är någon utav mina vänner som är döda.
Va?
Jag har förstått att någon av mina vänner har dött.
Varför
Men
då?
jag,
Varför tror du?
och jag blev jätteledsen och jag vet ju inte vem det utav dem det var.
Men mamma, varför? Jag kommer ihåg för några dagar sedan så trodde du att Yngve hade dött. Och du var helt säker på det. Och sen så dagen efter så hade du pratat med honom.
Cellshock
Så jag var jättesvårt att
1337
förstå
says.
varför du skulle tro att
No mute.
någon har dött.
Jo, men det är
Alpha Victor Charlie says. Thank you for pointing that out.
yeah, the mute button doesn't work when I'm using this mic. So the thing is that my mom thought the other day that one of her like friends had died, and then the next day she had talked to them. So now she said, "So one of my friends has died, but I don't know which one." So she's starting to get a bit old, and she gets confused, and I get a bit, you know, frustrated because she doesn't listen to me when I say that no one died, you know? I don't think anyone died. So wouldn't get a notification on your phone that a friend died. So it's just she said, "Yes, I got something up on my phone that said one of my friend died."
Fixerbot says.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got
Time
a
to move it,
headache.
move it.
Sorry, sorry.
15 squats redeemed.
I should
Chato
disable
says.
them.
Hey
Uh,
ho.
yeah.
Translated from
So
German.
I'm sorry for not muting there, and also for I felt my patience for my mom there when I have a headache too. It's not as
Particular
usual.
Dedu says.
Did you heard about the Goat Lab for AD?
Oh, yeah, I heard it long ago. It's probably in my like lab notes. Let's see if the notes. I think it's done with generating, so we can go back to look at the notes. So I think it's in my lab notes somewhere. So I have a lot like, but you can tell me about it anyway. So we have set up this AD here on the Proxmox server, and I'm planning to make scripts to both enable and disable
Alpha
like
Victor Charlie says.
vulnerabilities.
Was that some North European language that you were speaking?
Yeah, it was Swedish. So I'm Swedish. In Sweden. That's where I am. Oh, so it's very similar to English. And some words are totally different and others are just very similar. So kind of if you know Swedish and you know English, then you kind of understand Dutch, at least if they write it or talk it slowly, because they're like German is more different, I think. And also, I wouldn't understand Dutch. No, just on the like trying to understand simple
Chato
things.
says.
Yeah.
I can also come around the corner with German, but what's the point? Lol.
Uh,
Translated from German.
yeah. So thanks, CTS. Mm. I can't think of something smart to write that would be translated from Swedish to English. So I kind of think like this. My mic's died. Uh, I've got a headache. So we'll just do something relaxed and see whatever happens. I do want to see if like we can crash the Proxmox server by starting everything. Um, so we can just change this one to 2 GB now. It's also using 2 cores. That's a bit much, maybe. It's starting anyway. Uh, this one has never been started. This is another Kali machine. So this one has 2, 2, 2, 2. So that's 4, 4. And then we have 5, 6. And it has 8 cores and 16 gigs. And this one also has up to 8. So we don't know where it is right now, or do we? We kind of do, right? So what does this blue and green mean? Total RAM usage.
You know over provisioning exists?
Like giving it too much or putting too much stuff on there. So this doesn't seem to be using a lot here. So this is where we started it. So it's just started, nothing done with it yet. We haven't even started. Yeah, let's see what happens when we start spice here with the memory usage. So I'm kind of assuming that it will go up. And I'm sorry about the bad mic today because it's the one in my ear.
Even if all virtual machines would on paper exceed the physical machine, most of the time they won't.
Yeah. So it is set to do 1080p. Let's put it on the other screen. So it is still starting. So the CPU on there says it's 50%. This is not updated. I'm waiting for it to update. It's still starting very slowly. Now it expanded the image to full screen. Still says it's 50%. Yeah, so here, look. Now it's up at 35, it says here. Yes, of course this will be not updating very quickly because you'd want to see some time back.
Companies that provide virtual private servers over provision because they know that most machines are idling around so they can use their resource better.
Yeah. But now it's a very bad computer, you know. It kind of matters. Um, CPU 2%. Yeah, so it's down in this graph to now to like nothing. We could give it some task. Also, one thing that I was trying at the start when we did it first. By the way, let's check these out. Okay, so this is Windows.
I think it'll slow everything down but don't crash. Alpha Victor Charlie says, my old laptop is an Asus K55VN with an i7 3RD Gen processor with 8 gigs of RAM. Should I run Ubuntu server directly on it or use it via Proxmox? I want to experiment with Prometheus plus Grafana, etc. and other home lab stuff. But I'm afraid if I use Proxmox I will be left with debugging Proxmox rather than working on what I want.
I don't think you need to debug Proxmox a lot. I think it will just work. And it's like slightly newer than my Proxmox server, right? Uh, and you might have half the memory though. So this one is i7 2600 with 16 gig RAM. So, but you can see it's kind of, this is not very hard to do. We can start another machine
Cato
too.
says, Alpha Victor Charlie Proxmox adds overhead.
Yeah.
Use the distribution you want directly and add Docker for the stuff which needs its own space.
Yeah, that's one idea too. But it depends on if you want to do stuff that can be run in Docker or not. So if you want to be totally free. But I don't know if it was you who said that you still ended up running Docker on this. Because one thing I've been thinking about, the one thing I was just going to talk about, that I couldn't share the graphics card to anything because the motherboard is not new enough to handle that functionality of sharing a PCI card.
Prometheus and Grafana is happily working with Docker as far as I know.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if maybe there's other stuff after that they want to test, you know. But this is just, you could just run the server too, you know. This is just connect to the shell of the
Alpha
machine.
Victor Charlie
What
says,
font did it get this
I
time?
can upgrade its RAM, but I think I will just use Ubuntu server directly.
Yeah, so this is just an Ubuntu server here. I don't know why it got this font this time. It's a bit funny, this. So you can see here, Debian. Oh gosh. This is just normal Debian here. So usually it doesn't look this funny. Oh, I think I know the problem. Maybe the percentage size? Could it be that?
Monospace.
Yeah. Why did it change the font? There. So it was a zoom that made it look funny. This it looks normal. So it was 130% zoom, and when I zoomed this, it just changed the background, not the actual window. So no, don't zoom Proxmox. It would
Yep,
be
looks
good.
normal.
So here's just a normal. We can run stuff on this one. Uh, all right, I've been doing too much Windows. I did the wrong slash.
When do you stream?
Me or I kind of do 13ish Tuesday, Thursday, Friday ish. But it's usually a bit later because my kids. So so
Yep, when do you stream usually?
yeah. So I have a schedule, and
Okay, got it.
Mondays and Wednesdays I've just started to do IRL streams because I need to get in shape too, and I'm like waiting at my kid's school for 2 hours. So
Cato says, the only reason why you should use Proxmox is when you want to experiment with stuff and revert if
mm,
something breaks via the snapshot tool. But besides that, normal installs with maybe Docker if needed are better.
yeah, but you could do Docker on this too. So it all depends on how much hardware you need for your experiments. So you have a bigger flexibility here where you could just add a Windows server to, you know. You couldn't do that on a Linux machine with Docker. You can't have Windows stuff on that. Then you have to run Docker on Windows. You can do that then. Then you can run all the Docker things. How many people want to run Windows Dockers? Don't ask me. Yeah, so we should, to get back to what I was going to say was, like, if we want to crack caches and stuff.
Alpha Victor Charlie says, did I hear that right? You need to get in shape?
Yeah, I do. So I got this, like, late autumn, I got this shoulder inflammation. So I kind of didn't move much during the winter. So now I have to get back in shape. Uh, yeah, just a simple test here. Yeah. So I've been thinking about testing this too. CT. I don't know anything about it, but it's there. Um, mm, mm, mm. So we have 3 started now. Uh, let's start this Kali one too.
I lost 20 kilos plus in 7 months. Feel free to ask questions or whatever. Cato says,
Uh,
I had nearly or the actual same machine than they want to use for that. Mine had serious overheating issues, even though I changed the thermal paste, the fan and the cooler itself. It
Mm,
just shows its age.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so you changed the thermal paste, fan, and cooler. Okay, that's odd though. So let's start this one too. Let's see if we can crash it. So this one is still up, and we can like make it do heavier stuff. Let's start Firefox and add some tabs. And let's check this out. Meanwhile, um, so summary, and we can see the information about it here. So we added some.
Alpha
This
Victor
is
Charlie says,
opening the
yeah
graphics.
man, the Asus K55VN was a shit laptop.
Okay. Yeah, so I have a few laptops, but my laptops are very old. So they would be like a simple Debian server for something, nothing more. And maybe you couldn't even install some. We'll have to try it. So this is how long it took for it to open Firefox. So I think it was quicker before. So I removed 2 of the 4 cores, um, which should make it slower, right? And this is the default suggestions if you don't have any history or anything. Hotels calm. Never been there.
Cato says, I only threw it away because Deben said it had like 5xxxxx thermal events and finally needed to safety stop itself
Mm,
because of that.
mm. So let's just open these Kali pages here. So I'm going to make it do stuff in a kind of simple way, right? So we can see it's starting to increase already here. So we could start like Hashcat or something. So it's opening all the web pages.
Alpha
It's
Victor
not very
Charlie
slow.
says,
It's kind of okay.
Deben? Translated
We
from
start a
Hungarian.
YouTube video. Oh, look, tab crashed.
Particular Dedu says,
Scrap.
SQL map. Yeah. So let's just see if we can make it use some memory, just basic images and stuff here. So this crashed, the tab crashed, and then started again. So it's starting to increase, but it's not very much, right? So what if we start all of these? We need to start, not just start them, we need to actually see what they're doing. So we're going to start RDP to them. One of them we're already connected to. So, oh gosh, that's slow. Could you see my mouse? It was just lagging. Oh, that's laggy. That's laggy. So let's open one more.
Alpha Victor Charlie says, do you do cybersec professionally? If yes, what do you do? Bug bounty? Fire? Cato says, Alpha Victor Charlie Darix boot and nuke. Securely delete hard drives.
Okay, okay. I'm starting to look for jobs. I worked in IT for a long time. So yeah, I was gonna check what the IP was and then I forgot it. So 177 is the other one. So that's the 80 server. Hmm. So we have like a few more computers. if we go back to the lab notes, uh, lab, where did I put it? Computers. So we have these two. So this one is not that much. I actually have, so I can give it 16 too,
Alpha Victor Charlie says,
but it's not much
I don't get
difference.
proper notifications when my favorite streamers come online.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's like a common problem. Twitch isn't that good at that, so maybe we should be something else. Security Live used to talk about building something, but now he's like working full time, so he'll probably not have time for it. Uh, maybe you will build it. So this one has 4 cores. Oh yeah, so this one also has 4 cores, 8 threads. So 4 cores, 4 threads. And yeah, unknown graphics card. This
Kato
graphics
says,
card doesn't even have
I'm
HDMI.
currently thinking about integrating my Linux server into either my Windows 1 using Hyper-V or Docker Desktop with WSL, or to my Rockstar DIY NAS.
Okay, so VSL used to work very nice for me in Docker too, and I was running it all at the same time as VMware on the machine. But then I was installing anti-siphon's VM, which does like, well, it requires more virtualization stuff. So I kind of like deleted all that stuff, and I kind of regret it. But I am
A
going to
Linux server is
reinstall it
just a
anyway.
Docker host and it does the forwarding for him. Alpha Victor Charlie
By the way,
says,
I want to get that one up
so I
on
was
this
talking
machine.
about this on a separate stream. I could scrape your Twitch pages and check if the live button / text is there or not.
Uh, okay. Hmm. Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, right. So I mostly feel like I'm not fully functional today. I do really hope I'm not getting sick. I feel a bit in my throat too now, and I've got a headache already. We'll see. I hope not, because that's worst timing really, because I have stuff to do this weekend. So
Then get a Telegram bot notification when my streamers are live.
yeah, yeah, do that. Do whatever. Do find some cool
Kato
thing. And this
says,
crashed again,
Alpha Victor Charlie Twitch won't like
so it's
that.
not
There are
really
API
happy.
tools and bots for Discord doing that in a Twitch approved way.
So we kind of already noticing that this isn't really working, right? Because it crashes the tabs. And it was just here. There's some slight animation of this ring that's in here on this page. So it has this thing. Maybe this is some kind of memory leak here. That would be funny, wouldn't it? OffSec having that. So here I decrease the memory of that one. Let's hop back to this one. So we can see here that it went up when we opened the web pages. And it is still using more processor, even though it's finished with everything. So this one, did we connect? So I clicked here, right? There. Please wait for group policy client. So now we're on the AD server. and I decided to use RDP for the AD ones, for the Windows
Please,
ones.
for the love of God, if you believe in one, I don't but you say that phrase like that, use the API and let it get that information in a way which won't ban you for hurting the infrastructure.
Yeah, there's probably an API way to do it. Oh, we can see it actually typing the letters because it's so laggy. So it actually typed them in there when we RDP. So this one is still scrolling or rolling or whatever. The logos. That's not usually a
Alphabet Twitch
problem.
Riley says, I did not know there was an API. Discord bot API tools Twitch live notification will Google this. Thank to Bez.
So, Black. Hello, Black. It's just probably loading. Uh, let's hop back to this one. What should we do here? Should we open PowerShell? That's tough. Also, it wants to restart, so it's actually updating. So when the power dies in these now, I don't have a mic. Is the audio worse or better than when I switched ear thingy? Hope it's okay at least. So
Is that Proxmox server using DDR4 or DDR3 RAM?
that's a very good question. We can look at it.
Haha. Translated from
Oh, do you
Tagalog.
know what it said? Your device is at risk of being out of date. You will need to restart to install updates. That's cute. So it's still doing this. This is definitely slow. Also, I can see lines on this, right? So I think the computer here that I thought had 8 core actually had 4, right? So definitely more bogged down by this than it would have been if it had the double. But the processor is not doing that much. And the Windows 10 one.
Cato says, oh, that reminds me of some smart portable devices needs updates. My iPhones, my new tablet.
Ah, so look, we have this one. Started PowerShell. It's advanced. It managed to start PowerShell. So what happens here? So I'm kind of thinking that if we're going to run 80
Alphabet Twitch
lab
Riley
stuff on
says,
this,
my
uh,
stovetop, my microwave, my car.
oh look, we actually got this too. I did click here. So the 80 server, I'm sure it's not started fully. I'm sure there's supposed to be icons here. Um, so I'm thinking, imagine we're going to do something on stream, a lab with these things, right? This wouldn't work. So let's now just turn off the Kali and see if the other stuff will just. You see that it was using quite a lot of processor from just the web pages animation there. So there's nothing on here, so let's just close it. Mm, Yeah, it's very slow too. And also this computer has a 970 NVIDIA, and my normal computer has 1080. So this is a quite a good graphics card in this one, and I'm not using it really at all, right? I could just remove it since it couldn't be a pass-through to the Kali machine. So maybe we'll just set up another node and play with. We could do that now and play with adding another machine to the Proxmox data center here. I guess this one should be called 1, right?
Kato says, yeah, got a tablet from T-Mobile. It's comparable to a Samsung Galaxy Tab A8, but it's a little bit better than it, except for the screen.
Okay.
It's not a good tablet, but it's enough for what I need, and it even has a 5G modem in it.
So I got tablets a few times, but then I never use them. So I don't really know why. They're just... I don't have that need, I guess. So let's see if it can manage now to me clicking this and it actually opens quite instantly. So let's try something else. No, nothing. So this is not very quick and responsive. So I've used the Kali machine. It works quite nicely. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I clicked that long ago. Yeah. So it is probably doing updates in the background. That's why it's so dead. So let's see if the icons has appeared on the 81. Yes, now we have lots of icons
Android
here.
tablets are arguably garbage and I'll prefer iPads. But a 30 GB data plan with 5G for €15 and a free tablet that goes along? Not too bad.
Okay. So I think we can safely say that running an 80 server and the same machine that we used run a Kali machine.
And it's fast enough to run VR chat. So it's a small win, I guess? Lol.
Okay. Yes, I just don't have any use for it. So my kids, when they were tinier, they used to like watch videos. Like one of my kids watched videos in bed when he was falling asleep, and then he threw it on the floor from upper level of a bed. So, but it was like quite a long time actually. I don't know how it managed. Um, and that was a Lenovo one actually. It's like right here. But I like found no use for it. So I use my phone or I use a computer. And I want a real keyboard. I want, the normal programs. I haven't found a use. So yeah, I was going to unpin that. It actually finally opened. So let's open something. Let's see if we can mouse over this and it actually opens some information for us. So reminder, event viewer. Come on, notepad. This is heavy work for it to actually open. This is quicker now. No. Oh, let's open something too. Did it realize I clicked? Yeah. So I think it's still installing. We should be able to see that though in the Proxmox window. So on the Windows 10 machine. Alright, I started this one too, so we have another machine running that I didn't open up the screen for. So we had 4 machines, now we only have 3. So we have this one too. So we have like 2 options now. Install another Proxmox server. And the other one is rebuild the computer I'm streaming on, reinstall it. I would hop stream over to my phone, but I couldn't stream to YouTube too then. But I don't know if anyone's in YouTube. We only had chats earlier on YouTube. Maybe we should do a Proxmox machine one more. So I'm like, I have power cables there. I don't have any screens because I put them in the other room. We could just So as the graphic card doesn't have an HDMI out, I need like an VGA or DVI out. And this one I think is also, no? I don't think it's started fully. Nah, exactly, it's not started fully. So this one is starting now. So it was running, it just wasn't connected to. It was just there at the login. So memory usage, it's almost up to its max. And I had it at 3 before here. It decreased from 3 to 2. Maybe it could be 3 because I don't think the Kali machines need all these. And it said that Linux has been like since I don't know what it was 2008 or something. They had drivers for the ballooning memory, but Windows can't do it except adding stuff, which will actually slow them down. So we can do this easily on the Linux ones and make them be flexible. So I'm thinking of removing this one. So this is imported and it can't be updated. Let's actually try an update. So we can totally crash this machine if we want to, right? So this is my normal machine. It looks exactly like my normal because I exported my normal VMware, right? So it's a bit funny.
Alpha Victor Charlie says, "Hi. I was reading about the YouTube and Twitch API. Is it okay to talk a bit about what I learned?
Yeah, go for
I
it.
need some advice. It's
Teach
based
us.
on the server side of things."
Okay, go for it. I don't know if I can know more than you got. Maybe someone in chat does. We'll see. Let's just do a simple update of this one. Knock on the door. Just a sec. love, god morgon. Oh, tack gubben. Den är
VR
inte trasig.
Mechatronics says, hey.
Vill du någonting my love? Vill du något gubben? Jag hör dig lubben. Vill du någonting? Bra att du vaknade. Är det läget? Okej. Okej. Yes. Tack. Vad bra. Mm. Men det var första gången jag glömt den på jättelänge. Jag tänkte faktiskt göra en ny skylt som man kan vända på så här. Så man bara sätter den så den är antingen på eller av liksom. Yes, I know. Det är det. Men det är bara att komma igenom. Det är någonting gubben. Gå på tå du nu. Puss puss. Jag vet, vi får fixa med det i helgen. Good luck. So I'm sorry, I realized you were in the mic. So my autistic kid just woke up, but it's quite late. So I've tried waking him up for hours. I was in there a bit ago. So I'm thinking we can see if we can mess with this. Maybe you have some tips, and if you want to go,
Alpha Victor Charlie
should I do
says,
say AVC for
as
you?
expected, both the APIs have a way to send messages via webhook to the developer/my server. Question: where can I host such a server which is accessible from the internet, for free? It can't be on my internal LAN.
Right. Maybe you can use Discord. You mentioned Discord, right? So finding free servers. I've been thinking of this with just for hacking things, to having free servers online. And there's free servers you can set up on sites, but I guess it's not like infinitely for free, right? So if you want to have something running forever, there will be some tiny fee at least. So I think when people chat in YouTube now, I use Poly,
Kato says,
Amazon.
Oracle has some plan I think which is free because it's so small.
Okay, nice. So please send the details. I'm interested too. So we're checking this machine's what it's doing. Of course, it's accessing network traffic here now and disk because it's getting data from the internet. So maybe, by the way, let's see, is there
Alpha
something?
Victor Charlie says, so all
Summary.
notifications to my own Discord server. Nice. We'll look into Oracle.
So you can also in Discord make bots,
Goaku says,
Time to move it, move it,
Yeah,
move it.
I'm sorry, Goku. I've got a headache. Sorry, but you're very welcome in to just do. You can do push-ups. You can redeem them.
Alpha
You can do
Victor
them
Charlie
yourself.
says, You can just call me ABC.
Yeah,
Goaku
I'll
says.
go for ABC.
Just kidding. I had a
Yeah.
feeling.
Okay. Yes, it's like
Kato says.
totally random,
Just Google
relaxed.
Oracle Server Free and click on the free tier link Google spits out.
Sure, we'll do it here on stream. So, Oracle
Alpha Victor
server
Charlie says. Thanks to Bez.
free, free tier, and in different countries. So how it works. So I guess we should accept their
Goaku
cookies.
says.
What can you do on Oracle server for 30 days?
Okay, so it's 30 days and then you will pay for it. If you do nothing for 30 days, you'll continue to get always free services in your free tier account.
Kato says. There is a free tier for servers which are longer than 30 DOS.
Yes, it looks like that here. So it's only if you select paid things that you get this for 30 days.
Scroll
max.
down and look on Alquiz free.
Yeah. Always
Goaku
free.
says.
Does this provide SSH access?
Should we set one up? But
Kato
I guess I
says.
will have to sign in and
Tier
stuff
type.
here.
On the left.
Yeah, but I saw they're always free here, but we could probably sort for always free, right? So we have lots of always frees. 3 pages. Let's read it. Compute instance. ARM compute instance. Apex. Flexible network load balancer. Load balancer outbound data transfer. Service connector hub. Site-to-site VPN. VCN flow logs. Virtual cloud networks. Application performing monitor. Email delivery. Logging monitor notifications. Anonymous database. Heatwave. NoSQL database. Console dashboard. Bastions. Service provides restricted time on secure shell protocol SSH access to target resources. They don't have public
Alpha Victor
endpoints.
Charlie says. I hope they don't charge me. I remember the horrors of AWS.
So the poly thing, they like ask for like 1 Swedish crown, like a tenth of a dollar sometimes. So it's like not very expensive. For the poly thing. Certificates, service provider, certificate issues.
Kato
Vault.
says.
So I'm looking for
It's only there
server.
you get credits to try out the bigger servers for 30 days. But the very small VMs should be permanently free, as long as they offer it.
So far I haven't seen any servers. And this is like the end of it, right? Vault, uh, archive storage. So 20 gigabyte storage, block volume storage, object storage. That's all of it. I didn't see any servers.
The top first one.
Compute
Goaku says.
instance. Okay, so compute
Go no
instance, these
further.
are
They need
servers.
credit card for payment.
Alpha Victor Charlie says. I
Yeah,
think the
of
AMD and
course.
Armor servers know. Kato says.
Yeah, so these are the only ones
Compute.
that are computers. So let's go AMD
Goaku
then, I
says.
guess.
Credit card for payment in case you go over.
Yeah, exactly. So we need to log in. And Oracle, I guess I might have a login there. I don't know. So let's just show you what happens here. Oh, that's new. Segmentation fault. So we have funny errors now. Segmentation fault in EPT. Just like that. What's it doing?
Alpha Victor Charlie says, "Hey, you don't have to do it completely for me, please go back to your own work. You and the guys have
Yeah.
been very kind plus helpful." Kato says,
Yeah,
"Segmentation
I know
fault.
it's full. That's
Check
where
your
we're
drives."
going. So last time I got problems with an actual error message. So this is buggy. So ABC, I don't have a plan because I kind of decided that I have too much headache to be able to do anything useful. And I don't want to like do the track me 80 stuff when I'm not gonna remember it as good as I could, you know? I kind of feel I'm not in shape really. So I was just gonna show you. Let's check up in my history because my brain don't remember stuff. No, nothing. Yeah, so we actually use this here. So it works still. It's just a little problem here. So this is the drive, but the big problem here is that we can't expand this. So we have free space here, but we can't expand this one. If we want to resize it, you know, there's stuff in between.
Alpha Victor Charlie says, "Wait, what command brings this interactive disk / partition CLI up?"
sorry. So my hubby called about buying pizza or something, and then my kid was knocking on the door at the same time. So I'm just gonna order some pizza first. Then maybe we'll set this up. Hej! Jo, jag skulle vilja
Please mute.
beställa. En quattro. Och en kebabpizza utan grönsaker.
Mute.
Och en capricciosa, tack. Ja. Yes. Jo förresten, vi tar en cola också. Cola Zero. Ja, precis. Det blir bra. Och hemkörning. Ja, yes. Tack så mycket. Hej.
Please don't say your address. Please mute.
So, I'm sorry. yeah, it's no problem. Like everybody know my address anyway. So in Sweden, they're not very secret. Let's say that. And also, I'm like streaming going out of the door all the time. So
What?
yeah, that's you just search for my name on Google and you'll get up. Like, and also who's in my family and all the things. Very very safety. Yeah.
Everyone knows your address.
Yeah, kinda. But I'm trying to be a little bit. My kid wanted me to be more safe about it, so it's not like I can go back in time.
This is crazy.
Yeah. So anyway, we have the swap here, the Linux swap. It's in the way, so we can't grow it, and it's like currently being used, right? So anyone who know how to get past this problem. So what will Linux say if we
Which
say
command is this?
we're going to move? This is cfdisk. So I can quit and you can see there's cfdisk. So we could just grow this disk if
Thanks.
we could do resize here. We could resize this if it wasn't like other partitions in the way. And that's when I installed the last one. I did it the other way around. I removed all the partition that was suggested from the installation and I put the swap on top. Okay, so I can grow it later. Though I made a 300 gig partition. So our new one, this one. It is Proxmox and Kali combined here. Proxly, very big sigh name, but I didn't think of anything better. So this one has 300 gigs, and I partitioned it thinking of this. But I'm still curious to see what happens if we just delete this, right? What happens? What will it say? Will it be smart? So yeah, so I'm back in the menu. Good. So it was a bit slow there. So let's delete this. What will say if I delete this partition? And we delete this partition. And we resize this partition to 90, I guess. And then we add this new partition. And this is a logical or extended. We're going to add a new partition here, which is so type. And this is swap. Anyone who knows the swap name, do you know the partition swap type number? I guess I'll have to like actually read. I don't remember it. Yeah, really. I escaped it, and I'm gonna quit
So many
and start
partition
it again.
types.
Yeah, so 82. We want 82. Now we can redo this. We delete this. We delete this. And 82. Or 82, I guess it's hex, right? And then we make a new. No. We're going to. There. Resize. And 90. Not 900 gigs. And then we make this one new 10 extended. Go there, new 10 type, and now we know 82 Linux swap. Yeah, if I had only like looked and read thoroughly, I would have found it. So 82, and then we save, write this, and I don't care if this one won't work. You sure you want to write? Yes. So then you quit, syncing disks. So we know we need to do more things because it will still be the same problem on this. Um, so as you see, this partition is still the same size. We need to extend the partition too. And I don't remember how to do it. I did have a few commands saved in my notes. Let's check those. So if you happen to know, you're welcome to help. Uh, so I had it in the Proxmox, right? In lab, that will be Proxmox. So, yeah.
Particular Dedu says.
Why you don't use Patronid?
Why? Tell me why. This was nice, right? Wasn't it easy and simple? But I think we're going to do maybe that now. Let's do that. Hmm. It's like this, right? You put an extra letter in there, I think. Let's, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, this is so funny. So I'm not a big UI user, okay? So that's always funny when you get a GUI thing. I'm not really comfortable with GUI things. Error performing, inform the kernel what modification to partition device or resource busy. So let's actually let's restart Kali to make sure that it's actually fully aware that we made the changes. So we just restart it. And I would prefer terminal
When I don't know,
commands.
I pref GUI.
Okay, yeah. But I prefer to learn all the ways, and GUI ones may be more intuitive sometimes, but they may also be more like finicky and hard to get exactly right the way we want them. So sometimes it's not as good. This is quite nice, right? So this is extremely slow.
Alpha Victor Charlie
It
says.
might not start.
GUIs can be restricted and
It's starting.
opinionated.
Uh, yeah. So it can be hard to find things. It might be nice for some things to have a GUI, and if it's a good GUI, it's good. But yeah, me, as an example of the worst GUI ever, old economy programs, you know, it's so horrible. Mm, yeah,
But I agree with Particule.
yeah. So since I deleted the partitions, you know, we're here. I can't really read what it says, but there's text up here. Uh, yeah. So I think we killed it.
Haha.
Yeah, we killed
Translated
it.
from Tagalog.
So the thing is that this is not really a problem at all because it's just a virtual machine with snapshots. So we can just reset it if we want to.
Ooh.
It is starting.
Nice.
Yeah, so I'm curious what it was doing though. We didn't get the normal menu. So maybe we should just like redo grub later. So at first I thought that the two extra partitions we had were like the one with the boat on it and the swap. But then I realized that it was a logical partition
So you
with
can
the
just revert
partition
back to a
in.
previous state?
Yeah, with the, let me show you. So we have here, this is the machine, this is the machine, and here we have snapshots, and we have a snapshot here from when I installed the Spice BD agent. That's the last one I saved. And then if we can successfully convert this, we can make a new snapshot here. Uh, so we have all the data saved. And the 80 server, I have several snapshots there. So the fresh install, we can go back to clear Windows 2022. We install the Vertio drivers. We enable RDP. Uh, we made a share. I forgot that. about that. Disabled server manager auto start. Yeah, that was annoying. It kept starting. And then we installed AD on it. So if we want to make a new machine that is a Windows 2022 with Vertio drivers, we can even get it with all these things done too. But we can just make a clone this. So we can clone from here, and then we select what snapshot. We can also do it in other places.
Do you have to
So
explicitly save snapshots or does it do that automatically?
no, we select when we want to do a snapshot. So I'm not going to click the clone here, but we can select any of these. So let's say we don't want AD installed, but we want another Windows server with RDP, and we want it to be on 105. We can do this. It's no problem. We can do it. We can have another. So let's say call this Wayne server 2022, and we just clone it. So there, it will generate a new machine here for us, so we can put something on, and it takes a bit of time for it to do it. And we have a non-AD Windows server to play around with too now, in a bit. Um, so so take snapshot. So if we wanted to save the current state, which is like this,
Damn
not
nice.
not very good on this one, we would just go to the machine here, the Kali, and take a snapshot here and give it a name. So I think this was not in. It's not like endless number of characters, and you need to have no spaces in the name here, but the description you can type longer. And we can take a snapshot. But now it's not starting, really, so it's not doing the whole thing. So let's look at this, and I'm going to press. Oh, what happened? Okay. So for some reason the mouse got locked there. So let's say we want to return to this now. Then I just roll back. So let's look at the screen when I do the rollback, right? So I'm clicking the rollback button now, and I'm getting this question: rollback installed Spice VD agent. Current state will be lost. And I'm gonna click the yes, and it's running it. The rollback here. They just killed the current one, and it says it's done, and then we can just start the working machine again. So this is very nice when you're labbing with things. And this is what you can't do if you're not in the scenario there where should I use a Debian server on Proxmox or should I just use a Debian server? Debian is also Proxmox is also running on Debian, but let's install a Debian server too, right? Because we don't, as long as we don't have them all started at the same time, we can lab with stuff. And I have a Debian image, so let's start a Debian one too. So this one is still not finished. It will take some time for it to finish, and it will have the UR here. It won't have all the snapshots.
This is like Docker on steroids.
Yeah, maybe. So since you can run Windows, let's actually start a Debian server, install Docker on it, and start Docker images. What do you think of that? Should we do that? Let's just play with stuff, and we'll see if my family want me for some family thing. Uh, uh,
Arduku says, you can start all of them if you have enough RAM/resources time.
yeah, we
Alpha
could,
Victor
but
Charlie
we
says,
have 4 cores and
sure.
we have 16 gig
Arduku
RAM.
says, hey, BTW. Translated from
Hi,
Afrikaans.
Arduku, welcome back. Also, I think that this lock thing will disappear because I think it did last time I did this. So this one is a clone of this one, right? So this one has never been started
Alpha
yet.
Victor
It's just
Charlie
new.
says, YOLO. /us. Don't do it.
So what don't you want to do? So this machine is not finished yet, right? Uh, let's see. We can
Don't
start it
start all of
though.
them at once.
No, I won't. No cloud. Yeah, that's because we don't have cloud in it. Also, I'm thinking of adding a new like node here. I don't know if it's called node, I guess, but it's not a cluster or anything. We can just add another machine. I wonder if it would be admittedly possible to move them between them. Yes, gubben. Jag beställde pizzan för en stund sedan.
Så då kommer om 2 timmar.
Förhoppningsvis så kommer det ganska snart.
Jag får det här. Att det var de du anlitade för.
Ah, yes, precis.
Så har du mitt namn eller?
Jag fick ge personnummer. De ville veta vem som skulle ha mycket grejer.
Ja, jag har fått in en faktura på jobbet, antar jag.
Och så är det ju sån här, vad heter det, avdrag-grejs också.
Ja, rotavdrag.
Precis. Ja. Men öppna gärna nu för jag vill veta hur mycket det kostar som vi inte hörde någonting om det.
Det är bra att fråga vad det kostar.
Det är sånt där som man tar så mycket val på. Det var mest att han var här i 5 minuter. Vad tar då?
3963.
4
000 spänn för 5 minuter. Arbetsorder, spolbil, reseersättning, påbörjad mil, material för 4 kronor. Avspolning, områdeskod.
Ja.
Alltså, jag kunde köpa ett helt nytt avloppssystem för det här.
Man får ringa och fråga. Och jag kan ju snacka om hur han var
Alltså,
så
du måste
trevlig
ju
också.
nästan...
Men Andreas, det fanns inget. Och du var jättepå att vi skulle göra det på en gång.
Ja, men du måste ju nästan fråga vad tar ni för pris?
Det är inte på mig. Det är inte på mig. Ja. Men jag kan ringa och snacka med om det där. För det låter ju väldigt konstigt att det skulle kosta så där mycket.
Alltså, hade jag som IT-tekniker åkt ut till en kund...
Och varit där i 5 minuter.
Jag hade ju inte haft någon arbetsorderspol av material då, men jag hade sålt någonting, men det är 5 kronor.
Men vad har han använt för något för 5 kronor?
4 stycken trasor för 4,80 styck. De tar 20 kronor för papperstrasor.
Oh gosh.
Det är ju pinsamt. Men sen hade jag ju tagit då, i värsta fall,
Ja. En timmes fakturering typ.
12,50 timmen.
Ja.
Och vi hade ju kört på bara en halvtimme. Resa från då. Säg en timme då. Max 2.
Jag håller med gubben.
Hade jag tagit som IT-tekniker.
Ja.
Är en rörmokare.
Yes. Och det var en ung kille som inte var trevlig.
Och var här i 5 minuter.
Ja, max en kvart då, säg.
Ja, alltså i och med att du inte fick någon offert eller pris så... Men det här är ju sjukt.
Och det var inte en jourgrej, utan jag sa att ni kan komma senare. Så jag tror att de kan ha gjort lite fel. Jag får kolla det sen, gubben. Ja, fast jag tar den inte just nu. Okej?
Den ska ju betalas...
Vad är det för datum på?
26 mars.
Okej, så 12 dagar.
Så nästa vecka...
Ja, det är typ 2 dagars fakturatid bara. Hej Linus! Ja, ja, jag vet. Ja. Jag går in hit igen. Om vi ska göra något sen så får ni säga till, okej? Gud. Ja, precis. Ja, jag håller med. Det är såna här extra grejer. Ja, oseriös firma. Vi får ta någon annan nästa gång om vi behöver det. Och så får vi inte köra med proppgrejen utan bara köra varmt vatten. Det är det som gäller. Det var... Jag förstår att du tycker det, gubben. Men det var inte det läget. Vi hade panik akut. Det var totalt stopp i röret, gubben. Det var totalt stopp i röret. Du kommer inte ihåg hur det var. So, I'm sorry. We got an invoice for someone being here for 5 minutes. And they wanted 4,000 Swedish, which is like $400, for like 5 minutes work. And it's not reasonable. And he gets all... Yeah. So, but we had totally, in the kitchen sink, it was just water, you know.
Since you have been so helpful, please check out web link.
So I think I've been there, but we can go there again. Let's go there. So I'm sorry about me having the mic in the air and you hearing everything. So yeah. So I recognize this. Killer. So if you tell me what it is, I might click more. But I've been there too.
TBH, I'm more scared for you leaking private info like names, addresses, etc.
Yeah, but don't be worried about that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know, in my Discord, I use my normal name, and that's like all the info. And if you, for example, look at a Theo stream, he also uses his normal name and stuff. And then you can just search. It's very, very simple. And there's others that I also have searched on, and you can just see all the
Check the
information.
navbar of Prolog for the courses.
Yeah, but I've already been here before. I don't think I will do anything more on these. Yeah. So why would I look at these? Is it like good things here? I have so many things to do. I can put them in my links, but usually I
Yep.
will probably not have time for looking more. But thank you for thinking about it. So I was thinking of this. What I don't want to share is my IP address. I don't want to share logins to these kind of sites. I don't want to share my credit card information. That kind of thing I'm not sharing, okay? So it's different. It's different. But this I'm sharing. By the way, this should be finished, so we should probably update.
Sounds sane.
So I can't really, and I don't really want people not to know my name. And as I'm in Sweden, you can just Google the name. That's the way it is, you know. And also, we don't have like in the US, you have secret social security numbers. We don't. We have other security systems. So if I were to log into like an official page for the government or something, then I have to identify myself in very secure way. So it's not like not secure ways like some other countries have. Um,
Ooh.
yeah. So we have like, for example, something called bank ID. So you would scan a moving.
So you don't have a centralized ID number?
Yeah, we do, but they're not secret. They're just numbers that tell who's who. And they don't give you access to anything. Knowing those, everybody can see everybody else's numbers. It's just like your name. It's not secret. It's just maybe two people with my name, and we have different numbers. So, uh, right. So this is where we started. This is where we started. Actually, let's hop to this again. So I was thinking of doing a Debian server here, and then maybe we'll install. I have another PC here. We had got in the notes. So lab computers. So knock on the door again.
So when you log in on gov websites, do you have a two-file mechanism?
Islam. Okej, jag kommer att hjälpa dig. Linus har lämnat den här för att den var varm, så vi kan den. Så. Varsågod. Därför att den andra lådan ligger åt andra hållet. Yes. Den är på andra sidan.
Swedish sounds like a strongly typed human language. Ha ha.
Mom, have you ordered the pizza yet?
Yes, det kommer nog snart. Jag beställde cola också. Hejdå killar! My kids are so nice. Strongly typed. A human language that is strongly typed. So, we have this machine just next to me, and I don't think the difference between these, this is an i5, this is an i7, this is a tiny bit less. Of course, this one doesn't have a lot of hard drive, so we could put in a secondary hard drive in this one. This we should change, so it has a 500 gigabyte HDD and 2 terabyte HDD Proximax, and this is VMs. So that's how it's set up. And we fixed the broken power button. Right, so this one also had a broken power button. Yeah, how likely is that? So we need to check this machine if we were to fix it. And also, the reason I didn't do this before was that to change the graphics card in this one, we need a power cable for the modular power supply in it. Or we will just switch power supplies.
Hey,
That's
I need to go.
possible.
It's almost 12 a.m. here.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for being here, and you're very welcome back.
Bye, GN.
Good night, sweet dreams. Yeah. So I don't think I will do this today because of this. The problem here. We have a few hardware things to think about with this. We might do it though because it all depends on things. But now I want to set up another machine on this, and I found this one where we can see the
Hope your headache
combined.
goes away.
Thank you. I'm sure it does. Maybe some pizza will help, or just sleep later. Yeah, I probably won't be up so late today. It's just 19 here. So have a great weekend too. I usually don't stream during the weekend, so I spend time with my family. Right, we can also check for updates. Let's do that. So updates. So this is just normal upgrade update.
Enjoy the pizza. Still
Thank
weirded
you.
out that everything is open in Sweden. Bye.
It's not open. It's very secure. It's just on a different level. It's just that the addresses are kind of open. We used to have the phone book, Now it's just online. So it's just a phone book online. So I don't think it's that odd to have it. I can also search. So I kind of found some other people, just Googling names in the US too. So not gonna say who, but it's very easy to see someone's house number, when the house was bought, what it cost, see a view of what the area looks like on Google Maps. So just practicing those and testing on some people, and that's not safe
Innocent.
anywhere. Yeah. So just Googling. You get updates, right? So this is if we pay. Yeah, they just want us to pay. So I was just gonna check what else we could do here. We could go to the terminal. Let's do the normal one. I'm not comfy with the UIs, so I don't think it did update. So we wrote suggest apt update there, and apt upgrade, and it's 19, so track me pops up, and I lost my little window. Upgrade. and get to sleep now. It's nothing updated, it's all updated already. So let's install a new machine that is from the Debian image that I have. So this will be a headless server. A headless server with just, I guess we just run Docker on it maybe as a test. So create VM, and I'm thinking I have kind of moved now to 200 for this one. Let's do 300 for Linux servers. So 200 happens to currently be our Kali like work or like hacking machine. We could put a Windows there too that is dedicated to that theme. Also, I want to learn how to change the numbers. I know that you could do it, right? I don't know how yet. So this is Debian. Uh, let's call it Debian only. Yeah, we can make a Debian. We can clone the Debian and make more things from there, or we will just snapshot the Fury install and check it from there. So the ISO image I have already uploaded Debian here. This is not maybe the exactly the newest, but it's new enough. Though it's set in 0 bytes. I'm actually going to check that. And since I don't want to stop that, I'm just going to duplicate the tab, go to local and check. It says 0 bytes here, right? So I think we'll actually download a new. So let's just, it's tiny, it should be mega quick to download. And H downloads. No, I made an ISOs. So there. And let's see, it was actually downloaded. Yeah, so this is actually downloaded just the 12th. So it's 2 days ago, and it is not 0, so I'm gonna skip that and let's just delete this one. Remove. We can also do download from URL here, but let's just upload, select file. Maybe I was too quick and I did it before it actually downloaded the file. So now I know that ISO's in there, and we have this. And we just open it. And now we can see the size. I don't know why the other one was 0. Maybe I was multitasking too much. So now the Debian image is not 0 anymore. So we can close that and we can go back here. And let's see if it updates. It's the same name. So I'm gonna just take a chance on that working. It is Linux, it's okay, modern Linux. Graphics card, since we won't be using graphics for this one, we'll go headless on it. So it doesn't really matter. The storage though, we don't want 32 gigs. Let's give it 100. So if we're doing Docker on it, maybe we should do more than 100. So this is really the limiting thing. We have 2 terabytes, right? So imagine we have like 300 for this one. Yeah, I'm gonna duplicate again so I can check the sizes for the hard drives. So this one is, I'm blind, I can see the hard drive here. 100, 100, 100. This one should also be 100 then. Yeah, I know it's down here. 100, 100, 100. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600, and 7, 8, 9. So we have 900 gigs like accounted for there. So let's go for 100, and let's change that if we need to, right? If we're smart about it again, yeah, let's go for 100 gigs again. It's a very round and nice number, right? Um, so I mean, the hard drive is not the limiting thing on this machine. It's other things. Though the hard drives will be always busy. One socket, one core, and it's not like we're going to do AI stuff on this, right? We'll see what we play around with. Default. Uh, so let's use the possibility of lowering the, as this is a Linux machine, so it should be in the kernel to be able to balloon here. We want networking. So all these things get the DHCP IP too. So if it runs out of memory, we will notice. So my OrbitCAD's Minecraft server has 8 gigs. I mean, this is just simple machines. By the way, the machine we just copied here, now the lock is gone. So this is just a normal, just as others now. So both this one and this one, they have never been started. They have just been cloned. So this should start when we need a Windows 2022 server to test. We should install a 2025 one too, by the way. Um, and we have the Debian on 300 here. And we need to start it. Otherwise, nothing will happen. It seems to be finished. And let's open the Novine C here. We go graphical install, even though we're not gonna go graphical. Why not, you know? So so English language, other Europe, Sweden, US. Never did this before. Swedish keyboard. So we'll see if we change the partitions on this one too to make it expandable. So Debian. We don't really have a purpose for this one yet, right? It'll be called Debian. That's so boring, but I know. It's easy. Simple, but not randomly. User account will be created. Non-administrative. We can't call it Kali on Debian, right? So I'll call it Fixit because I have it on my laptop. So or we could do just not made one. Whatever. Let's make one. I mean, we can just add users later.
Arduku says. You can call it Debbie, if you want to go with girlish names tongue.
Debbie. Yeah. The problem is I would never remember it, right? Though we can like make notes in the lab notes. I have to do this again and think about it. It's annoying to install a machine and not remember the password. It has happened to me. So if they were the same, then I typed it correctly, right? Now, so let's one. And I don't like the recommended for new users text because I think this is the best option for modern, especially VMs, right? So now we have this problem here where we have swap here, and so if we want to grow this will block it. So what I did on the other machine was to actually go in here and change this. So it's using 1 gig for this only. 1 gig swap was the default. Interesting. I think it's because it's required.
I forgot also a few times username and passwords when I tried Proxmox and even for some Raspberry Pis.
Yeah, so I did it for Raspberry Pis. That's when I did it. Yeah, it's a bit annoying. And I really thought I had the right one, but I must have mistyped or something. Delete. So we're going to add a new partition that is 2, because we can have 2 logical beginning, use as swap, and done with that one. We're going to make a new partition. We could automatically partition the free space, whatever. Let's just do it manually there. Done setting up some partition. Bootable flag off. It will fix that automatically. I don't need to do that. So it will realize that it needs to be bootable. So I think the grub bit of it will do that. And if it doesn't, then we'll learn something. But I'm sure I didn't for the Kali one. So my water is out. I need to go get some. But I am assuming that the pizza will arrive soon. Oh, 21 messages in the family group. Oh. I'll look more at that later. So it's installing the base system, then we get to choose what to add to it, and we're going to do a minimal
You had automatically
installation.
partition on the first screen also.
Yeah, but that's what we selected, and it turned the partitions around. So if we wanted to grow the partition that was the main partition, we would be blocked by the swap. And as this is a virtual one, it's easy to grow the partition. So I swap them around so we can grow it later. That's why I did that. So we just did the automatic, I deleted those partition, and I changed the order of them. So that's the only thing. So we have the swap first.
Triple A, okay.
So if it was a physical hard drive, it wouldn't matter, right? But since it's a virtual one, and we can add space to the end. So that's the problem I have with this machine. That's why I learned this. Uh, so this machine, I can't grow the disk because the swap is in the way. And we just now tried to just delete the swap in a like evil test, and it didn't boot afterwards. So I'd have to do it in a prettier way. I think I'm just going to delete this old machine. We could actually do it now, because the only thing this is it's my old machine from VMware imported. It has a lot of snapshots and stuff. No, not a lot, but one. We just installed the Spice agent. Yeah, let's just delete this one now, because the
Can you add
only...
another partition after the swap?
Yeah, I can. We can do it now if you want to. So, did I close it? Yep. We can open it again. Do you have any tricks? Maybe we can fix it in Kali afterwards. Oh my god, that's allergies. It's spring, but it's cold outside. -2 actually. Mm. So look, Debian here is very much running. We also have the 80 server and the Windows 10 machine running.
In DK also it's going to -4 for tonight.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be warm, like sunnier at least Sunday it seems. So there it is. It's because it's in a Windows window. Failure while unpacking required packages. This will be attempted up to 5 times. This is base system. So what I can imagine is that we have a bit too much running. Oh, that's the pizza arriving. I'll be back later. I'm dropping this here. So. Yes, you heard that.
Infant says, "What's cookin'?"
So, what's cooking is pizza. So this is a Proxmox Windows 10 machine. So let's restart it. It says it's downloading, but I think it needs some. Then I think we're going to turn off the AD server because I think the Debian installation has too few resources to actually manage to complete. I kind of tested starting everything before here. So we'll see if this even opens. So it is a tiny machine, the server. So this AD was installed with PowerShell script. So out of 4 only might be easier for it. Friday night. Oh, you can hear me, right? I thought I was muted there for a sec.
Bon appetit. Translated from
Thanks.
Spanish.
Updates are available. Okay, so this one also has updates. Right. So, Kelly. Right. Arduku, did you have any suggestions on partitioning this machine? Because this is why I opened this, of course, right? Right. We reset it.
Arduku says, "Parted."
Okay. So I deleted the partition before the swap in CFDisk. So this is before I even set the resolution or whatever. So here we can see what I wanted to do was to not have this one in the middle. That's the problem, right? So I deleted this one and I added this space to this, and then I created a swap at the end. And it didn't boot after. So then we reset to this snapshot. It was just an experiment to see. I kind of thought I wouldn't be able to delete the swap even, but I did. It was no problem to do that. So I need somewhere to put the pizza.
Can you move it? If you right-click on the unallocated one or the swap. I remember seeing the option.
Okay, yeah. Swap off. Move. Yeah, we want to move it. So, so I'm kind of thinking this is very UI. Can't I just drag it? No. So imagine we don't want to resize it. It's totally okay. Proceeding. New size, free space following, 0. Align to. Yeah. So there is no available here. It might be so that we need to do something more with this. This is only assigned from Proxmox. The machine might not totally know about it, though it's there. There were so many steps you can do, you know, with this. So are these more connected than this one? We couldn't grow this one if we wanted to, because this is not really a part of it yet. So, new what? Yeah, I had a YouTube video I was looking at, so we might just look at that again. We can also delete it. That's what I did before. So it's just a swap, you know.
Now I'm not sure at all.
So I have an idea what to do. Let's start with closing this machine.
Maybe if you delete it, create a new one, and leave 975 or what was the swim.
Yeah, that's what I did before. And it didn't boot again.
And recreate the swap hot
I only
event.
did it with see if this. Mm-hmm. Oh, whatever. Oh my god. I just wanted to be rid of it. So, let's try this again now.
I always found Windows Server Shutdown to be annoying for all those question smiles.
Yeah, so you should do Alt F4 instead, but it was too slow to realize I was pressing Alt F4, I think. Proceed with installation to unclean target. Well, I guess yes. What a question. Exited, check versus log. So let's go back then. Continue, and we go back to partition. And so be aware that existing files may prevent no partition changes. No, we wanna let's delete this partition and make it again. Annoying, but can't say that no changes were made if we make a new partition, right? Erase data on this partition, just to be sure, because it's the same size and everything, with zeros. Well, it's done a bit of it, right? That's good enough. Done setting up partition. So finish partitioning. No, it can't say. Home. Oh, why was it home? That's very odd. Because I deleted the other one. Why was the default home? So I guess it hopped to the next one. So we have a swap, we have a root. The root is after the swap, so we can grow it in the future. That's a thought. And now hopefully there's enough resources on the Proxmox server to actually finish this. I didn't set it to bootable, so we'll see what happens. So we only have this Debian, we have Kali running, we have Windows 10. So this is a Kali one. Yeah, the video. Let's up to that video. So it's like very recent in my YouTube history. So my own stream. This one, I think. This one I started looking at and I was like, oh my god, and I stopped. Let's just delete that one. This is my kid.
You have it installed, you're going to do SDB. If it's not your third person, click enter and you can see the partition table has been altered. Now you can press the Q
So
button.
yeah, right. So this
Get out of
dude
there.
didn't have any
And
problems
again, just checking,
with the
we haven't done anything yet.
partitions.
We've provided it more space, and if we go into any sort of thing, like we see that actually read dev, so you're going to want to make sure you're using
So it's
what
mostly see
is
what tools he
that you need. So
uses.
partition it's a3 to whatever So we are good to go, and now if we were to do VG display, we can see free 32 gigs. So let's start.
So, VG display. So, what he did here, PV resize, that changed how the disk was, the size of the disk. So let's try the VG display and see what we actually see there on the Kali machine. Let's check this first. So it's actually doing more now. Hopefully it works. So let's hop to this one, and I'm gonna just fix the resolution here, as it's just, fresh. So now we will have a prettier view of stuff. So, that was not the right thing to do. VG display. So it doesn't seem to be a command, so we can install it. Filling up the rest of the hard drive, though it was 3 gigs still left. Let's hope that we can fit whatever we want. Though I have some stuff to delete in opt if nothing else. So I'm also curious how the drive looked like it was 21 gig size in VMware of 50. And it still does if I go and look. And did we like get some files that are actually the snapshots with us, or what's up? What's there? Hmm. Hmm. So let's run the same. So we need to sudo it. Hmm. So I think we might not actually have this. Volume groups might be something more advanced that we don't have on our desk. But let's see if we do V for verbose. No volume groups found. Now we found some information. This means we don't have to do all the steps that he did in the YouTube videos. Like, this is crazy many steps. So he's adding to his volume group thingy then. PV resize. So let's continue.
Using that, and this is the command again. I'm going to say again a lot because
Yeah, I think
there's
all
a
these
lot of important
V.
points when you're modifying disk space. You want to make sure you're doing the right thing, or you could cause issues. So if I do df-h, or actually it will be, is it LV display? Yes, LV display. So my LV path, when I look at my logical volume, is dev ubuntu-vg ubuntu-
So I'm trying to tab. VG display. So LV display then. Just see if we can get anything here. And we need to be root for this too. And assuming the same syntax. Yeah. Also, we should probably close this. Yeah, I'm gonna go check how this one is doing. It managed now. Configure the package manager. Scanning your installation media finds the label. Bookworm official firmware. Now you have the option of scanning additional media. No. No, we're good with this one. And package manager. So we're in Sweden. And well, SU is very close. Stockholm University. I guess we do that. The proxy information. No. Configure and install software. So this will be quick, right? We can fill in what we want installed. So I've never had it not manage to install the base system before. I think it was because we were running too many VMs at the same time. So it kind of like crashed. Too many things on the poor little Proxmox server. So 27.4 inside, 3 minus 3.6 outside temperature. Configuring popularity contest. The system may anonymously support a distribution developer with statistics. No, because this is a little VM. We don't want to send any stuff that's extra, do any extra stuff. So now we're at the important stuff. We don't want a desktop environment. We just want standard system utilities, and we want SSH. right? What do you think? SSH is nice. That's kind of all we want. Standard and SSH. And we don't really need SSH because we can open this interface, but I'm thinking SSH is nice, so we don't have to use this QI. I'm also curious if copy and paste would work. Then we'd have to install the spice things. So SSH much better. Mm. So I see I have guitars here, but I can't play guitar. So I've been thinking of doing it like teach me guitar stream. What do you think of that? Is that crazy? Well, but everything I do isn't crazy. So can I eat another piece of pizza, or will I just be too full? So we're at 3 each pizza.
Web link.
Ah, nice. Let's see here. Mm, I'm just sending a message to my mom. So she thinks so that one of her friends is died, but she thought it the other day too. Um, so I think she's misunderstanding some message or something she's getting on her phone. Uh, so I talked to her, but she didn't like what I said. Just a sec. Yes, love. Vill du ha pannkaka? Yes. Mm. Jag fixar det jättesnart. Hey, good luck. Hey, good luck. Hey, good luck. Uh, so let's see. Right click the swap partition in between and select swap off. That's what we did. Right click on the resize move. Yeah, we don't have any following spice. That's the problem. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Uh, so we don't have this. There's no space. Right click the full partition and select resize move, and now you will be able to resize. Yeah. So we can't do this. This is what I'm trying to do. It seems that this new installation, we don't really need to solve this problem as I'm going to delete this image. I'm just thinking it's a good opportunity to test and explore. No. We want to install Grub on the primary drive, so I don't think it's clicked though. No. My water is still out. Let's continue looking at the video. What he does afterwards.
LV. And in my next command, which is this one, you can see I'm doing LV extend -L plus 100%, so I want to use 100% of
Yeah,
the
so
free
we don't
space
have
available,
virtual ones.
and it's for the dev ubuntu-vg ubuntu-lv, and that's that path that we see right up here. And I did that by doing LV display, and then we'll just hit enter, and we can see it's been changed from 30 to 62 gigabytes. And we can make a confirmation of that by doing LV display, and we can see now the logical volume is 62 gigabytes. And we're not done yet though, because again, if we check df-h, that's kind of our continual check to see if we've done anything. We can see this
So
dev mapper ubuntu-vg.
maybe he comes to
That
the
is
actual stuff we
only
need to do
30
now.
gigs
We'll
still,
see.
so we're missing out on some of that space. And that's because we need to resize the partition for the root file system.
So let's see
And
if
we can do that
how he does it.
by doing the resize 2fs dev mapper ubuntu -vg ubuntu -lv. And you can see that's changed from the last command. Now we're using what we see in df-h to actually resize our file system. So we'll click that, and then we can see that it's
So
now
has he
made the
resized the
changes,
partition now?
and
Because
we
that's what we
can do
can't do.
finally
I
df-h
think he
and
is adding
see
more space to the
61
virtual hard
gigs.
drive, like you would add to the
Mm.
100 gigs you've set as a size.
Yeah. So I have added from 50 to 100 already in Proximus, but have not done anything on the VM itself. That's what I'm looking for. Um, so now let's just go back one step
We
here.
can do finally df-h and see 61
Yeah, so now
gigs
we
here.
change the partition
I don't
itself.
know why I like to call it gigabytes, but 61 gigs, and we're good to go. So at this point, we are done. We have the extra space
Yeah, so
available,
he has a
and
totally
we can
different
drop out
system
of sudo with just exit,
than we have.
and we're good to go.
So
So hopefully that was helpful. I know
unfortunately, it was not helpful. um, so the question is why, and if we can do this in the graphical, or if we need to do anything else. Installation complete. Let's reboot the Debian one. Let's see that it boots properly, and then we continue with the Kali one. So we have a login. So that's that's all we wanted right now. We can log in though. So I called it fix it, right? We're logged in. Nice. We have a tiny Debian. I imagine this whole file system here isn't very big. So let's hop over to this one.
VR Mechatronics says, I got stuck in the project. I wanted to simplify the VR treadmill mechanism and I got stuck in the mechanics. Yeah.
Oh, so physically stuck in it or just mentally stuck thinking about it? It sounds like you got stuck with your body in the mechanics. So I guess you're good now, I hope. So we can actually run the. I just don't trust my memory, so I'm just arrowing up here. Let's scroll up instead. Ah, I didn't do it this one. So moving. Yeah, DF. Why don't I trust myself when I remember the right thing? So let's do it here. DF H. And H is a format. So here we can see that it's currently so the whole system is using 1.7 gigs. That's quite much actually. Mm. The question is why it's SDA2, but that's because I deleted one and I did it again, I guess. That's why I added it as the name home, I guess. It doesn't matter much what it's called. But it's also SDA2 because of that it's second partition. The other one just happened to be virtual. So mm.
That construction took 27 centimeters from ceiling. I wanted to convert it to 12 centimeters, but there in market are not ready-made parts on sale that I can use.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you feel like you're wasting a bit of space there at the top. Mm. Yeah, I'd really like to see images of that VR. You'll have to send me some one day. I know you're like thinking this is secret because no one else should like steal your ideas. So I understand that. I respect it. But I'm very curious. And if you send me images, I won't share them. I promise. Sounds very cool. Yeah. Let's hop back to Kelly. So these commands were not useful since there's no volume groups found, right? So we can just close that one. Yeah, we closed it. Oh, so that's why it's not, yeah, it's not plugging anymore again. Hmm. So, permission denied, of course. So I prefer this. And it's also a bit more obvious what actually is here. So could I resize this one? I can extend this one. You see? It can become 51 gigabytes. And the reason we cannot resize this one is because it's inside of this. So maybe if we do resize this one like this, we move the free space inside and we write this to disk. What a trick, right? And we yes the change and we quit. And then we go GUI on it. I should have done that. And now they are connected, right? Now they are connected. So now I imagine we could just move this one.
Web link. Web link.
Oh, just a sec. So we still have swap off. And we want to move this one to the very end. So now I can drag it. I don't want to change the size, I just want to move it to the end. Oh gosh. Let's leave it at like 3. Maths, I guess. This is like megabytes. Anyway, this was the interesting bit. What if I cancel this? We go here again, and I'm sure we could have done this in here too by just clicking the right thing, right? And then we resize move, and I just move this to 0. And we have not really changed the size. As it's worked fine, we don't need to make it bigger. And we resize move. Might part your operating system to fail to boot. You have queued your operation to move the start sector of the partition. 5
This
failure
type
to
are in
move.
market, but I need this type. Web link.
Okay, I'll open your links. VR. Let's see. This type are in market but need this type. So, oh, cool. Oh, I've been logged out again. Ah, oh, so these would be closer to the ceiling. Such
You see, this is
things.
differential.
Differential assembly. Um, so,
It is 200% too big.
okay. Yeah, cool things. Now I even more want to see your construction. Cool. Let's read the message so we don't. So it failed to boot, but this is not where it's booting. It's booting on this, right? You have queued an operation that move a sector partition SDA5. Failure to boot is most likely to occur if you move the links partition containing boot. But we don't have boot here, I'm assuming. If you move the Windows System C, yeah, it doesn't know at all what's on the drive. You can learn how to repair boot configuration in the FAQ. Moving a partition might take a long time. So this is a tiny partition, I'm assuming it was quick. So now I'm assuming we can resize this. Actually, we don't care. Let's close this. One operation is pending. Pending. Check mark. Are you sure you want to apply the pending? Apply.
Arduku says, create
Save
a partition on
details.
that, and format it.
No, no. I'm going to change the partition. Save. Why would I want to save that? Close. So I'm going to close this and I'm going to hop back to my more user-friendly program. And I'm going to see if we can resize this one now. But maybe we can't. So I want this to be only 1 gig. Let's see what it says if I do that. No, it left the free space at the end. So no, let's start Gported from here too. I should have suited it. So, so what I want to do now is to make this one tinier, and this is a primary partition, and this is this one. So, yeah, now we can move resize this. I just have to click the right place, new size, and we want it to be uh, 1000 tab and preceding space. Do you remember how big that was? It was 900 or something. And if we do this, a partition cannot end after the end of device. Okay. Uh, let's just do it graphically. Haha, that's perfect. That's what I wanted to do. Cannot end after the end of the device. 2%. It's too tiny. Well, we try again. And let's drag it not as tiny. Okay, let's just, it's at 2%, right? Let's do here first. See if we can accept this. No, it still has a problem with the ending. So I still want to delete this again. I don't see the real problem with deleting it. So this time we turn swap off too. What data could be on the swap that we really would need? I don't know everything about Linux swaps, I must say. I don't know a lot about it. Well, then we don't use it very much, right? It's like ancient stuff. So let's just move it a tiny bit and align to no. That worked. So we have free space in the middle there now. So this one, now we should be able to resize this one. We can. So we just need to do this the right amount. So if I do it like here, I didn't know that was possibly the trick because I was trying to align to something that was outside. Yeah, let's just do all of it. So this one, resize, do it all the way. So we have 900, and let's do this one to known and resize. We're finished. So this data should be moved by this now. It should already have been moved. So now we should be able to resize this one in the GUI. And we should have 100 gigs instead, or 99.5. And we do this. So I don't think this will take a long time because there's no data. Is it done already? I think so. Yeah. And we could close this. And now we could DFH. And we can see that we now have 98 gigs, meaning we have available 50 gigs. So the only problem now is possibly we messed up our boot, but I don't think so. We should have had
Try
done that.
reboot
Yeah, so we're going to reboot now and see if
to
it
be sure.
works. And the only thing that could have happened is that we broke our boot. If it for some odd reason was in the swap, but now we didn't delete the swap, we moved it. So, but it still could be like pointing there in some way. So we'll just restart. That's the only thing. And something odd happened to the other VM. It lost these buttons. I don't really need them because we can just Alt F4. But still, it's odd. Yeah, the Debian machine. So this guide was not functional for us really. It didn't do swap on. Should probably have done swap on too. Didn't. Here. So the Kali machine, I turned it off. I'm just hopping between these. Now it's updated. Good. So let's start this one again. Let's hop to, I guess we do spice. Yeah, it looks good now. So before I deleted the swap, this time I moved it. Seems to be booting. So the trick was kinda to, I would like to be able to do that in the other one too. We could just go back. But then we would make first a backup, a snapshot on this. Nothing to drink left. löst... Okej, jag fixade det nu. Jag har precis löst ett problem jag försökte fixa. Så jag kommer... Jag ska bara säga... Se att den startar. So, let's see if it starts. Black. So, I need to go and microwave some pancakes for my kid. Should we leave it like this? So I see a mouse pointer, that's good. So I wanted to see this before I went downstairs. Sorry. So we have the old Kali VM that we don't really need. A little bit more fixed. And now we can run. Let's put it on the other screen. And let's do an update the update that didn't fit, right? So sudo apt update. You never know, there might be new stuff. I'm actually going to do that on the Debian one at the same time. Ha! It doesn't have sudo installed. That's nice. Yeah, because we need sudo. So su there. Had to do that instead. If you go minimal, you don't even get sudo. All packs are up to date. Upgrade. Yeah, so this one is already updated. We just installed it. This one, on the other hand, it requires a bit of an update. So I'll go and grab my kids some
On
food.
Kali sudo apt update and upgrade broke my VMs a few times.
Oh, I never do that, but generally upgrade can break VMs. That's like a fact. But no, I think it broke a VM once, but it's broken my Kali laptop like no VM more. So it's more stable on the VM. So if this crashes, we'll have to practice once more to do the hard drive test. I'm bringing my pizza down, and I'll be right back. It's 11%. We'll see if I can be quicker than that. Right. Since I haven't the mic on and thus I'm leaving it, so I can mute it though. Let's do this. So I mute it, so you can't hear me. There. 90% reading change logs. Did I manage? So how was that timing? First required thing. I'm not on there. Like perfect timing, right? So this is quite a big update, so I should probably have taken a snapshot, but since I wouldn't mind redoing the last step, and I'll probably just do it just to document it better and see if we can do it only in the UI because I used CFDisk there. I guess it is documented from the stream, right? So I'm curious why deleting the swap made it not boot. It was that just chance? I'm actually going to grab some more paper too while I'm reading. So we're gonna find something else to do. Oh, it's really warm in here now. 27.5. It's much colder outside. Yeah, my headache is feeling better actually.
Did you turn swap off when it didn't work?
No, there was no such option, I think, in CFDisk. So I didn't. So that's probably, that could be the thing too. But this time we didn't delete it either. But it didn't turn swap on either, so we'll check in there before when we're done with this. So this is installing just now, right? So let's go check the Debian machine out. Meanwhile, actually, let's exit or so the number of accounts, the number of different commands are shut down. Which one will work here? I don't want a lot of mess in the history. Let's Debian shut down. Come on. I have it also in my notes. Shut down H.
Shut down H now.
Yeah. But power off seemed to work too. I've never tried power off. I guess that's an alias. So, what I'm thinking is it's time to make a snapshot.
Me neither.
I'm like, where is it? There. And then we go snapshots. And we take snapshots. Debian. Headless. Install. Minimal. Let's use the same as a comment because I'm really just reading the comments. There. So now we have something to go back to in case we mess something up. So let's start it again. So what would we want to do? We can just go Novi and see. Let's stop SSH, I guess. We don't even know the IP of it yet. So it's 8%, the Kali machine. Welcome to Grub. So how long will I remember that it's fixed? Zoom. So I'm assuming that.
Write it in the VM description.
I don't know if there is a VM description, but if there is one, I'd like to write the IPs there. I didn't find anywhere. So let's just see if we can find a description, because I have the summary here, right? Notes. Oh, look, there's notes. So we're gonna turn it to 168, 0, and it will be 187. Do you think I'm right? User colon fix it. And there. And it's long since I enabled SSH. We installed it, but I don't remember. So either I Google or someone tells me. I can just experiment too. So let's see if this IP is right too. We can just go to this one and open a new tab and
Maybe system
ping. Yeah, like just enabling it. But I'm thinking of the settings. So 160, let's try 168. And I'm kind of thinking, yeah. And what did I guess? 87. So let's try 88. I was going to try 88 first, not 60. And this is not there. So I think this is where we are. Because I think we had 86 and 85 before. So this would be 87. I'm kind of sure that I was right there. So let's we can just enable it. Yeah, I keep forgetting it's not the pretty nice icons. It's just a browser window. I don't mind. It's just hard to find. So let's system CTL enable SSH. Let's try tab there. Let's just try SSH and see what it says. Synchronized state of SSH service. The script systemd sys install executing. So is that it all? Really? Maybe that's it all. If you think just normal SSH login, we just use the default login information. I was starting to think keys and stuff, but we don't really need that for SSH, even though we might want to. So, so fix it 42 at notes. Come on, at. Okay, so it's still in the middle of installation. This one, I feel a bit bad about messing with it. So we're going to go. Let's try PowerShell and let's SSH here. Fix it 42 at, and now I can type an at character. 192.168.
Username is
0,
fixit without 42.
Oh, thanks. I've done that a million times, that mistake. It kind of happens. Yes, meaning it's responding. So it was that simple. Just a little enable. We're going to have to restart it too, right? So let's do it from here. Power off. So of course, I won't have the permission. So let's try it anyway. I was wrong. What's the name of it? Power off. So the alias only exists when we're root. So power off. Yeah. And this one is off. And it's such a simple machine, so it's kind of like instant. There's no graphical stuff to mess with. Knock on the door again. Yes, my love. Yes? Jag vet, de var lite hårdare än vanligt. Jag ska göra lite annorlunda nästa gång. Vilket var bäst? Var de bäst som vanligt eller som de här? Okej, men då vet jag vad du tycker. Då ska jag göra dem som vanligt, inte som de här. Yes. Yes. Det kan du få. Men det är samma. Nu måste du ha ännu mer chokladkakor. Okej. Jag tror bara det var tillräckligt länge sedan du åt dem för att de ska smaka annorlunda. Så du inte ska komma ihåg riktigt. Är du säker på det? Nej, de är från samma ställe. Enda skillnaden, alltså det är en fabrik som de görs på. Och det är samma fabrik som har gjort dem. De har bara skickat dem till olika affärer. Och så har det hamnat från olika affärer. Det är samma sak. Okej. Okej. Det vet jag inte gubben. Men som sagt, den kommer från samma fabrik. Jag tycker du ska äta den så kan vi köpa en ny kladdkaka i så fall. Okej. Mm. Det vet jag inte. Vi kan titta vad det står för datum på den. Ska vi göra det? Vänta gubben, jag ska bara lämna min örgrej här. So, I'll be right back. Yeah, it's really warm to go in here. Oh gosh. Yeah, so I really feel I'm not in top shape. Yeah. So I'm back for a bit. This is still working. I can see the mic. Sorry for just sparing. So we got another segmentation fault. That's not good. So now it's not the disk that's the problem, at least. Yeah. So sudo dpkg and configure a and see. So I should have restarted in between there, but it worked to start it. So let's hop back to other one. Right, we use PowerShell, I remember. So Debian is off, and we made a snapshot here, and our hardware is 1 gig of RAM of 2, 1 socket. So what should we install on it now? Should we explore Docker? But what could we possibly run on Docker? Let's say that we want to run, we could just run something else. Someone yesterday said, like, make the pie hole block YouTube during certain hours. And I don't know if it can, because I've never run the pie hole. And I would have other ways to do that, you know, but just thinking aloud. Yeah, what could we run with Docker? What could we possibly do that's not too heavy? 1 gig RAM. We can change that though. We could give it 4, it really needed to. We don't need this anymore. It started. Let's SSH in there. So whoa, the right password. And we get prettier colors and everything. I'd prefer to do this from Kali though, but it's still updating. It's still doing stuff over there. What services would we possibly need? We don't have to do it now. So let's make these kinds of notes. With the summary, we had the notes, and obviously put it all in one line. So SSH enabled there, and it just puts it all in one line here. So let's put some commas. Um, so I can check the IPs of the 80 server and the Windows 10 server from here. So the 80 is 177. There. And this one is running. No, I closed them both. So 181 anyway. But it's running, so we could connect to it. Was it 181? I think I'm starting to get tired. So let's actually connect since it was open or awake. Starting. Yeah, we did a restart because of updates, right? That is something wrong with that. So let's check it out with the VNC. Choose keyboard layout. So this is why we ended up as a kind of continued installation. See more keyboard layouts. See more. French. I have to wait between them, obviously. So Swedish is an S. S. And there's a lot of S. So I usually click T. Swedish. Turn off. So let's start it again. So it was doing a Windows update. But we had a quite high use of stuff, right? So now we're doing the Kali update on this one. And it's slow just switching. We can see the percentage here of the Windows 10. It's still on the Windows 10 one, though I clicked the Kali one. So it uses it uses all of the memory now when it's doing the update. It's not processor intensive, but it's memory intensive to doing EPT update upgrade. Well, this one is kind of slow now. So let's see if we can connect to it. And we can see memory going up here when we're our CPU going up. Maybe it's not even started yet. It's doing stuff. 101% of one CPU. So let's peek. Automatic repair. That's what we got last time, right? Okay, so let's actually do it this time. Or let's actually not do it. So the Windows 10 one, we have a snapshot here. So we're gonna roll back instead. And we'll try the Windows update when we're not updating Kali at the same time. Uh, let's start it. So updates on one machine at a time. That's probably smart, right? So this is like heavy for it to do. And I'm curious about the processor. So now we're updating the machine that we don't really plan to use because we have a new one. So maybe I should like do some programming instead now. Or maybe we should continue learning programming language. So I have read half of this Rust half an hour thingy, but I also got suggested to maybe Go is a thing to do. So I like object-oriented languages, so I need to learn stuff that's not object-oriented. Or we can just continue the network copy program. I haven't done that in quite some time, which is C++. Um, maybe I should like not finish it, but do it in Go instead. And then we have a project to do. And I have not used it at all. So it started now. Was RDP not on already? That's probably the problem here. I didn't make a snapshot after we installed RDP or activated it. So let's just do that. I almost wrote a very old password that I used a long time ago. Yeah, this one is password. Such nice news. I need to switch again because the mic will die when this dies. Low battery. Let's go check the Proxmox. Kali summary. So it is finished. So we should see quite a dramatic drop in memory usage here. It should go low. So count it to 10. Disk read, disk write. I'm thinking this might be different disks. Oh, okay, I get it. It's the reads. I was like, that's odd. So I don't see an immediate drop here in memory usage. So when I've updated, I always do it again. Because usually it's taken such a long time that there's new updates. Seriously. So if it's not doing it, yeah, it is. So it might just have finished what it had, like, what it was broken to. So Python. So is this a waste of time? Let's make this one like good, and then we close it and take a snapshot and think of other things. So this is obviously not in the best shape. Look at the top here. So we need a bit of restarts and stuff. Yeah, I tested these commands. Mm, mm. So I was going to copy what I did and just have the commands on top. And now I'm just generally thinking, yeah, let's like undo that and actually delete this section and instead do this. And let's actually put sudo in front of this one so it's obvious, right? We also need sudo on this one. So dfh we can do without sudo. Uh, uh, we have one primary partition. Since I didn't get the logs, I'll just write what we did. Well, why did I do one? One primary partition with a with root of about 50 GB size. One should I say logical partition with one swap partition of 1 GB size. That's stupid. I wanted to copy it. We turned off swap by right clicking it. We changed the size of the logical partition to fill up all the free space. We moved the swap to the end of the logical partition and applied. We changed the size of the logical partition to only be the minimal size. This only worked when setting a line or something like that to known, meaning it's otherwise it hopped like over the end, right? And then we increased the size of the, I would like to do it without CF disks, the same thing. So this one is still going. Now we increase the size of the primary partition to fill the whole new area. Fill the rest of the disk. Is this obvious? We can take screenshots. Screenshots from stream 2025. I know it's 0314, right? I don't have to check. Strem from stream there. So QM import OVF is the import, and then we did QM resize 102, which is the ID of the VM, SCSI 0, which is the name of it, and we added 50 gigs. So we doubled the size. See if we fill it up with these upgrades. All right. So both files here. So why did I keep my mistyping? Let's delete that. I just forgot to put the nuts around it. So we don't need that. That's just not pretty, and we don't need this line. So that's more obvious. We can see both commands of the copy of the files. And then we just show that we can see the files. Let's delete a few percentages here too. There. So 3 before and 3 after. And we don't need the front afterwards. Zoo, and then we don't need the command before we actually run it, right? Because it's in there. Then we have the commands on the Prax Max server colon on the Kali VM colon. Zone. I'm kind of going to delete this bit. It's kind of obvious, right? You can see the file names, and here we use the OVF, which is here, and then we just make the disk bigger. In VMware Workstation, go to Tab File, Export to OVF. Open the partial prompt, select the partial server you want. Where you want the files. That's what I meant to write. Just to explain the TMP and the command, right? So I think this is done. File sharing, daemon, and then this is not finished. So we have 3 spaces on this one to make it indented a little bit there. Windows. One, two, three, 4. 1, 2, 3. So 3. Yeah, I thought it was unprecedented. Linux. Linux VM Spice. We can actually link this. So there. Enable. Yeah, I don't think this line was required. We need to try that on another machine. Because I don't think we need to run this one at all. Oh, this was a abrupt shut off. Why are these not updated? So let's F5. So it is still working. So why do we have these? Hmm. So we can't see which ones are on except for looking at this. This one is on. This is a Kelly. This one is on. We were waiting to see if it was fully up. Ah, right. It was not installed RDP. So we have this. I'm trying to remember the positioning here. So I think this is actually not the right one. But it is on. But it's just black. And this one. Right, so actually in the summary here, the notes, so we will put also the machine name there. So here is the Windows one. It is just very busy. Why is it very busy? It shouldn't be doing anything. Darn Windows. I'm so bored by this. I'm waiting for the Kelly update here. So I'd really like to know why it is so off. Yeah, so I don't care about this machine a lot, you know. So I'm just gonna stop it. And then we have the Kali actual machine. Kali Proxley Rox Mox Kali. And here we have the Debian. So now I'm just bored. This one should be off. This one should be off. Just this one. We should see that it's no longer on. Yeah, right. We can see here the current status. Don't have to scroll down. So this one is actually not off. It is on. We can also see it here. It's just very low usage. And oh, you know what I think I did? I might have shut the whole thing down instead of just this machine when I wanted to shut this one down. What do you think? So if we do shut down here, VM shutdown, yes. So it should like go, yeah. So this one has a start button. This one has a start, has a start, has a start, has a start, has a start. No. Good, good. Only the Kali machine. Nothing else. And it is here in upgrading using a lot of memory. Apache service is not active. Cannot reload. So all errors are not very useful. OpenVPN. So what's an OpenVPN update to? So let's hop back to this one. And I might have clicked to shut this down instead of this. And that might be this the reason for this. I don't know otherwise why it would be. So we can see the total RAM usage. It's 9 of 15.59. Thinking of the hardware of this. Yeah, so it's starting to get late. It's not really late, but I'm starting to get tired. What can we do while this is doing its thing? It's not like we don't have anything to do. Let's get started with the notes for the other stuff. So programming actually, and actually Rust. This is what I was doing. Basic stuff here. Nah, I don't think I'm up for that either. I'm tired. Tired. We can do some like lazy runes from this path maybe. We have active directory here. Can you exploit a vulnerable domain controller? Attacking Kerberos. So there's lots of interesting stuff here. I don't know why they're going to remove this one. But that's why I want to do it now. So Wireshark. So I wasn't really doing this on stream. Yeah, so basic. Yeah, didn't make any notes on this. ARP. What's this? Oh, PCAP. And I already downloaded it. That's the same one, right? So if you save and replace. So we need a Kali VM to look at it. We don't really need it, but we have several if we want it. Let's open our local machine so we don't bug down the server. Though it is 99% here, so we can just wait. And then we can do this Wireshark 1.1 room. So I don't want to do 80 stuff now. I'm too tired, but we can do like basic PCAP checking. So 99% of how much? That's the question. So we're going to reboot this VM when it's done. Right, we probably have the similar thing in VMware. So that was not the right thing to minimize, right? It was this. So we're starting the local Kali VM here. So I will not be able to see which one is which of these. They are the same machine. This is only moved to Proxmox. So the other one is not updated. So this is interesting to just run on this one the same command and see how much disk we have free. Because maybe VMware from the outside didn't see the correct numbers and it's actually full here too. If it's not full, then I'm curious why is the other one full? So, yeah, so this one is actually as full. It is also very full. So then we have the opportunity to increase a disk in VMware, right? We have the same scenario. We want to do it in VMware instead. So let's do the same thing here. Learning, you know? So instead, we're going to look at hard disk here. And here it says 24 now. And it's 19 free. Though we can see in there that it was actually 43 or something, right? Will not be pre-allocated. Advanced. Setting. So how do I make this one bigger? Extend. Expand. Let's disks in virtual machines that have snapshots cannot be expanded. You must either remove the snapshots or use VMware vCenter Converter. So you can't. So we actually did this as a good moment then. So let's just leave it be because I don't want to remove the snapshots right now at least. Let's see what are the snapshots for this one. So we have before update, Fresh Cali 2023-09-25. Backup after user dare restored. Yes, I'm going to keep this as a backup for now. Now let's just close it because I imagine this one returned an error code. Errors were encountered. PostgreSQL MariaDB. Yeah. So let's actually restart this machine and make sure that it starts properly. It's a little bit maintenance now. We'll might do something more fun afterwards. So also the machine still looks funny, right? I don't know why it's exclamation marks and everything. Non-production ready repository enabled. We know this, but why do we have exclamation marks everywhere? We know this, but we never got exclamations here before. So this can't be the reason. Something else is the reason. So it's still at the same state. It is just dark and the waiting thingy. With 3% CPU usage, but 86% memory usage. Hmm. This is very odd, you know. So we'll give it a bit more time, but I'm gonna do something else. It's still on the screen there. What is this? Oh, right. So these links I got. Let's put them in like something to check up later. On the bottom there. I don't want to sign into stuff when I'm streaming. So this is something that so I think this was a paid thing. What's this? Mm, mm, I'm tired. Mm. Get started for free. So, cybersecurity. I'm assuming it will say like it will say you're not allowed this because you're free. Hmm? So we can do cyber security news. Okay, let's add a new folder called cyber security. Network error. So let's create a folder here. So and now it says, what if I do this now? I can select this. There. So we got some stuff. So if we put this also in cybersecurity. security updates for Red Hat. So of course I can just delete the ones I don't want, right? So best source to fully keep up with all the latest software vulnerabilities. Let's do all the suggested ones here. And then we can remove what we don't want. Vendor blogs, security. So Microsoft what? Security blog. So all of this is security related. Yeah, and we have now 100 feet, so that's where I expected. So we need to remove stuff that we don't think is very interesting. So Apple.
Urizen says,
I once copied a 100 list of cybersec feeders, should check and curate it more indeed.
Yeah, so now we have 100 already. So I imagine that, I mean, if there is something with Zoom here, for example, I would probably hear it another way, right? So some of these are more interesting. And I don't know exactly which list it came from either. So, but we got stuck on this one, right? So it's just simple math. So these two together, we have 33 plus 46, and they can also overlap. So we can just, again, yeah, I could actually delete, because I'm thinking it's easier to start over. Now when we know what the limitation is, right? So we can create a new cybersecurity, and we can do it again and go back to that page. Yeah, it was that. There was also different areas. IoT. So cybersecurity sounds like a nice thing to start with.
Grats on the 1-year VIP plus hack the box, Vile smile.
Thank you. That was great, really. Thank you. So I'm just sending a message to my mom. Quickly. She's worried about something. Just say that everybody doesn't check their phone every day, you know? There. So she's worried for. She used to be worried for me if I didn't answer an SMS like within half an hour, you know? But now everything is WhatsApp instead, and she expects all of the people in her age to be as quick as her and always check the phone. Yes, love. Food. Jag fixar. Yes, jag fixar det gubben. Jag hoppas det. Okidoki gubben. Yes, I promised my kid a bit ago that I would do that, so I'm gonna do it. We'll find this. So I've kind of been looking for a good source, and Breaksec used this one. Brian, use this. though he had paid for it. So he had like a back when you could pay for it forever, he said. So I'll have to check it out. So I'm thinking we could probably look at this more. Yeah. So we don't have to. So bleeping computer. Yeah. Right. Let's hide it there. So we're exploring, finding how this works. So what is cyberscoop? Up to the minute breaking government tech news, and is the IT or the IT. So what do you think? Do you know all these? So it sounds like this is like the basic security news starter kit, right? So let's do follow all for these. And let's go more selective on the other ones. So threat research. So I always try to open in a new window, and when it can't, I'm like frustrated when, when you can't middle mouse click and you get that instead. So, but in this case, it was obvious, but it worked anyway. So, I never heard about Network Security Research Lab at 360. So Microsoft Security blog we had down further down too. Overbytes. Secure works. Sofas. We don't need two Sofas ones at least. Trend Labs. And I don't want to go million things either. And we already might have had some doubles with this, did we? No, because it says following, right, on the ones. So if we were to click on this and do the Microsoft one here, and then we go down to this one and look at Microsoft, which was in here too. I saw Microsoft security blog, 6K followers, 4 articles per week. 4 articles a week. So security blog, Microsoft security blog. This is the same thing, but it doesn't say follow here. So we could follow something twice. It seems like it's possible. So we'll have to check it out. So who has tips? We also had other sources, like we have Reddit here. We need to connect Reddit though. And maybe we don't. Newsletters. Google News. News sites. This could be cool. All news sites for a specific thing. Oh, right. So as soon as you click the website, so today, then we have the things that we have checked. Explore. It's general stuff then, or what? Follow sources. Create AI. So back. Search. Critical vulnerability company. Cyber attacks. It's definitely angle there. So what if we look at this? So we did delete and add something back. So I know he saw a list. Title only. Change layout, title only. Let's say this one is a bit buggy. Change layout, title only. Cards view. Let's click cybersecurity instead. So maybe these are not possible. That would be a stupid limitation if you don't pay, right? But there's an upgrade button here too. And we can also get rid of that. So if we only click computer. Yeah, I don't like this view. It's not good. I want one line so I can quickly look if there's something interesting. Synthesize articles or extract data with ASCII. Synthesize articles to read. Change layout. Let's just let's see if we can grab another layout here. So I'm kind of thinking these may be locked, but also might just be buggy. Also, I might just limit stuff too much. So if you can't do any of this, so what about free? I want a comparison to free, please. I'm not interested in paying for this. I just want to know if it works without paying. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab my kids my kids food, and then we'll see what we do because I'm kind of done with this. This is not a readable format, really. I think I like the one line thing he had. So he had a table with them. Title only view. I want to see this or nothing. And I'm not gonna pay if I haven't even seen what it looks like, right? That I would pay for that anyway. We could also go. Maybe this. Maybe this is basic. Maybe we just do think of a project and just start making it. Right? I'm kind of thinking that we can just imagine a project while I'm gone and tell me what should we make in Go. That's a good first test, right? We can do like some simple networking program or something. That's kind of thing. That's something that's useful. Maybe just something that generates some data that is interesting or like, whatever, that we can do. I'm gonna mute this because I'll keep it in my ear if you say something. Um, I'll just be gone for microwave time. as soon as I move, I feel sick. Yeah, so. Oh, look, actually, we got this finally. So shut down. Waiting helped. Let's see what the status of the Proxmox server is now. It is still this odd state here. So I'm thinking this was the last VM. So when it is definitely shut down here, we can turn this off, restart it, see what happens. And then we'll learn go. Because when I sit and don't move, I don't feel sick. So tomorrow I'm going to just sleep until I wake up. So it was long since I did that. But too much to do, you know. But you need to just sleep sometimes. So this has been uptime for 2 hours now. CPU is going down. I still have this giant memory usage. So I imagine this could be the crashed update, right? It did totally crash. So we were supposed to make a snapshot of this, but I want to make sure that it boots okay first. It's not useful to have a crappy VM snapshot, then we better redo it or something. So let's check the Norwegian Sea status. What's on the screen right now? Just black. I guess we just give it more time. I'm gonna put this tab on the other screen so I can see it while we do stuff. Right, so Golang bubble tea was a suggestion. Um, from someone who's online. Yeah, I'm waiting until I feel a little bit better. Just a quick check-in to see everything here. So I should probably not be streaming when I'm not feeling good, but whatever, you know. If it makes me more productive. Sometimes someone is chatting with me. I could also go to my Discord and continue streaming there. Maybe I should do that. I haven't done that. So let's actually do a little bit of lazy checking here. So I clicked this, I didn't like it, so I just want to see an example. So we could also think, what else could we make? Um, so the VM is still not closed down. Let's actually though it took a long time and it worked after a bit, it popped up the bug. So it's probably just very slow. Something wrong happened there. We got Siganus or something there before too, so it might like be odd in the memory before. So a project to do in Go. Actually, I'm gonna hop over to Suffering Game Dev. And we'll see what happens. I think the longer I sit without moving, the better I feel. So done in Twitch. Then we have YouTube's messy way to do it. What? This is Sweden's. Oh, okay, I get it. Um, mm, mm, I'm just gonna update the title because we're still in this, right? Right, if I update the title, I don't bother. I won't do it. Good enough to have it done on Twitch. So this whole stream went like odd since the first thing that happened was my mic dying. And I'm using this tiny thing in my ear, so I know this is horrible audio too. Hmm. I'm actually going to start Discord at the same time. Uh, so let's see. Drop that one over there. Multitasking, right? So let's see. Tiny project. I guess we need to start with the world, right? Uh, learn, go. And I click this one right now. So example, I kind of like the example thing. Hello world. FMT. Let's see if ChatGPT is good at this. Hello world in Go explained. So we don't know what FMT is. So package mean defines a package name, very logical project package, I understand. So FMT formatted IO functions like frontline, which makes me think of Pascal. Func main right there. That's called function too. Is Go similar to Pascal? C like syntax, simpler, cleaner construct. Pascal user verbose. Yes, it's like again stuff. Memory management, automatic garbage collection, and this is yeah old. Concurrency. Yeah, of course it's old. I meant in function naming. Yeah, with begin and end. But that's the parenthesis. Yes, you have ones that return stuff and ones that don't return stuff. So it totally didn't get that I meant the print line. Here's write line though. So I was totally off. So I think that we better make a new one because otherwise I will get stuck on that topic. Actually, let's copy the old this one. We can close that again. So this copy. It is still running the VM. Run go compile run use go in Windows and Linux. As I've never done it, you know. Windows download go line Ubuntu or download. So just go line. Create a file, hello go. Oh, so we don't have to compile it for running it. So my question was more useful than I thought. Go build, run, executable. Go build, go run. So let's make some go nodes. So this is still going here. So I might shut it down, but I'll give it, let's give it 10 minutes more. It's had 12 or something, 30. So let's go, I guess go. New folder go. So we're starting to learn Go that I've never used. I guess I have actually compiled it, but I don't count when you haven't even looked at the code, really. Basics. World. Go. Yeah, it works. Well, actually not Go, actually SH here now. Whatever, let's go for Go. It's prettier colors. It's not Go though. I saw the end there, right? So it actually says what it is here. It says Verta shell. Just compile is good enough for me. So I didn't know you could run without compiling. That's odd. I'm curious how it
Insulated
works.
Strobe says, best view ERSO and stream boo.
Okay, was it
Remove the
deleted from
space,
chat?
and they asked you.
Yeah, it was deleted from chat. So I wonder if that bad TTSing of that is if I'm probably my voice is worse, right? Go run. So this is obvious. So this one, install Go. So I'm just gonna skip the rest. If someone uses something else, they will understand, right? We're kind of color focused here in this word. So I don't like this link. It has this arrow. I'm just going to delete all of this. There. That's good enough. Prettier. I keep forgetting that it does that. So installation compilation basic example. So this is enough for us to do a first test. And of course we want this. So I really want to do this now, but I'm kind of annoyed at the lights. I'm gonna drag pull down the curtain here. So I have increased the light a bit because let's see here. So the brightness of the one on my right is 1%, on the left is 11%. And maybe I should just go gray today. Just late. And this one we can like, oh, that's like a bit of colors. So I was using the one with slightly lower brightness already. So I know I will go blurry. It's still quite bright light. So yeah, I'm gonna lower it. I might not be visible. I could turn the camera off, of course, right? So the back one is using HSI. Ah, that's so purple. I'm very purple. Green. This is a bit yellow. It doesn't look really orange here. Oh gosh, we're having a disco here. Now indefinitely an alien. So this is actually orange. It still looks purple to me. It still looks purple. So that's the lowest light level. It's brighter light from the back now. Could lower that one too. So, let's open this. That failed. the problem with this, so what I saw was the possibility to have a custom VM for different tasks. So we could just have a Linux Go development machine, right? Or just developing stuff. But I would probably just use copyright. But let's try it for Windows. Well, that's what we just did, right? I don't want to use this web thingy. Hmm. So there's like several examples there. Okay, so you have to select the language. Let's just go next. So this is a few. We can see time here, right? Time typing now. Um, functions. And I can also see the structure of importing several things. So import time, time dot now. So I just added that. It's a useful functionality. Math round. Also, I think that even the first one, right? This annoys me. So I have to go several steps. So we always use these for the imports. So I'm assuming we require the function main. This is just examples. I'm thinking of putting them in these now. There we have the rand. So part of map. We can select a part of it. And then we can do rand dot int. And turn on the light on my keyboard. It's too low light here now. Int n. Rand dot int n. Int. Oh, I missed math. Import math. And I am starting to type everything instead of copying to make my buddy remember. SQRT 7. Yeah, it's very logical and easy. So let's hop on. So we have here a G though, and I've also missed some other formatting print line versions. So let's actually add this to the top because it didn't. So import FMT. And actually not at the top because then we can't use all the examples. And I'm gonna go back to the darn start of everything again. No, even that far. Mm. Okay, okay. That's odd. Go back and go forward. So this is print line hello world. So now I'm curious about the connection to main and main. If main is always something that is in there or if it is just a general example thing again. Or if this one is called with this end, or if this is the package that is started. So does it name matter? So now we have time too. So I'm gonna grab this instead, replace the import, this, and we're going to add this line. So then we're going to grab the round line too. It's a tab. If it's a tab, it's a tab. So far, we have used that, but now we got to what I was thinking was interesting, the math. As examples of output, you know, this is why we're here, because this is time and math, and this is actually not those. Oh, my tummy is, yeah, I hope I don't get sick. So I'm assuming this will work. We'll try this out. Let's actually use this as our first example and actually run something and see if this works, because I was just guessing now. And it's good to confirm if it works. Let's check in on the Proxima. So I said I'd give it 10 more minutes, and it got 20 more minutes, and nothing has happened. So we're going to first do shutdown, and now we can do next. So let's uninstall. Previous version. I said I remember compiling something, but long ago. It was just approval for installation. I started a bit backup before the reinstallation of the computer. So there's some bit of irony in installing programs before you're going to reinstall the computer, right? This was so slow. So if the VM had been on this computer, I would have understood. But so we did send shutdown. So now we're going to just stop it. We're going to overrule those things we sent before. And the quit failed here. So we checked here that it was just black. So it was quite some time ago. So before we start this, I'm going to restart this because it looks funny, right? So we're going to reboot this. Yeah, there's nothing to shut down. It's all already off. That was the machine restarting, so it's definitely off. So the installation of Go is copying files. So let's see how this looks when it comes up again. There's a mouse connected, lighting upwards like a red key. Installation of Go is finished. So let's make a new folder on H called Go. Actually, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go to Obsidian, public, programming, Go. And this is where we're going to make stuff too. So I guess we open this with code and see if the stream crashes. Because that's what it sometimes does when we have the VMs running, but now we don't because they're not local anymore. So I'm kind of thinking this should be on now, so I'm F5ing the page. We could actually just delete this there. I think this should be up now. It's kind of noisy though, so it's probably still starting. So all of these icons, yeah, nothing yet. So we open it in Go in the directory, and this is new for me. But let's do a first.go, and we just paste this here. We save it, and it will ask us to install stuff. So install. So trust that. We probably even didn't need to install other stuff because it might even have been installed by this because I installed some Go stuff before. I wonder what happened to the Proxmox server. If you managed to crash it too good when we started a lot of things. So this one, we don't have any squiggles or anything yet, at least. I don't think this is finished, is it? Maybe it is finished. Info. Hardware activity could be Total is done with what it was doing. So let's assume this is done. And let's see if we can F5 this. I just thinking. Run, start debugging. Activating extension. Yeah, it's not done. Stuff spinning. Analysis tools. And backuping files. Trying to access. Now the Proximus is on again. So I guess that the time, since we have so many more machines on it now, and now they look okay, all of them, it is taking a longer time to start, which is logical. Checking all the drives, all the things. So if you go to data center and check the storage here, we can only see that. Is there no place we can see all the disks? I guess, VM disks. So now we have this little character here, the question mark. It is loading. Failed. Activation of logical volume data is prohibited while logical volume data T meta is active. 500. The DLV command is not available. Run go install v. GitHub go down. Whatever. It says install. Installing one too. Undefined math round. Yeah. So yeah, this is what I thought would happen. Ooh, what happened there? So I saved and it hopped like this. So now it is okay. Ah, that. And it sorted them in order. I didn't ask for that. Let's say I wanted it like this. Control S. Okay. And we do want hello world. And we're going to see if we can run this now. Builder. TC flags. Exit status 1. So let's see. Can we do we do C comments? Yeah. So let's just do this first one and exactly remove these. There. Save that. Run. We still get an exit status 1. Git config in Obsidian public. Can I find a main module? So why does it want Git? Okay, let's open another folder. Open folder. So let's open the main one because that's a logical thing to do. So this is the one we want to open. That's the normal open. And I closed the file. Well, programming, go. First go. Will it be happier now? No. Build alert, go build. PC flags. Oh, cannot find main module. But it says main there and there. Oops. Okay, so let's go command line on it instead. And CMD there. CD programming, CD go. There. My fingers to ls. And let's check the notes for how we were supposed to do this in our basics. And the information we got, we could also run it, right? So if it were as called hello.go, we would do this. So it is called first. So it works. And then let's compile it instead with build. And there. Now we have a first to run. So it is just a mess with code. Let's see if we can make code do this. Because it's kind of nice if you can just press F5, right? Um, uninstall. Did we actually do something new? Subscription benefits, like I would subscribe. .NET tools. Still the same thing. Oh, so it was trying to launch a package. What if we do this now? No. So do we want to try file? Use code launch, reserve directory, 45 test photo. Well, it's already open. File. I guess I know that because I don't know what I'm doing. Um, let's see if we can. It works fine. At the prompt. At CMD. It's easier. CMD, but in code, I get this error. Go, can it find the module in your project directory? Go mod init my project. Replace my project with your project name. I have no project. I'm running my first test files. can, well, let's say can I run simple tests in code. Go fast without setting up a full project. If you want to run basic debug VS Code, follow these steps. Go virgin. Go run. If you're testing, open go follow. Yeah, but I want to click F5. Set breakpoints. F5. You're not inside Git tracked. Go assumes it's a module. This is inside a Git and will piece like that. Let's just repeat the question. You can run a simple Git track directory without setting up a module. Here's how. You fix the cannot find main module issue in VS Code. Control Shift P. Go flags. Open command palette. Preferences. Open JSON. Yeah, launch go file. That's what I just added and removed. Open VS Code and your Go file. Open command palette. Control Shift P. Control Shift P. Control Shift P. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. When I click CTRL plus Shift plus P. It's quite amazing that you can do this, right? Preferences, open settings, yes. This lost code from false requiring module. It's a built-in terminal in VS Code. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I want to start it with a 5. Debugger files 5. If the debugger complains, manually create launch JSON. Let's compare this to what I have. Launch go file, go launch file auto. Let's grab this bit and compare it to that bit that is already there. So configurations, launch, this is just go file, go launch file auto. So mode auto, this is mode debug, this one is mode auto. So maybe we do auto here too. Maybe that did it. Hello world, it worked. So just adding auto instead of debug. Hmm. So the auto line here. Uh, changed this. I changed the line. Changed debug to, I guess it was mode, right? And now if I seem to work. Yeah, we just installed it. You can also command palette and view command palette. So let's try view command palette too, because oh, it's this thing. Yeah, debug go. Oh, go back. The problem with a language name like Go, right? All of these are about just the normal word Go. Except these, maybe, with the Go colon. It's hard to know. So what if we do remove those again and we go, yeah, C++ colon. Debug colon, developer colon, Docker. Uh, what's emit? File. And then we have get, we have go colon, help colon, PowerShell I saw there, Python colon, yeah. Oh, so this is a problem with the shortcuts not working on Swedish keyboard. Everything is different. So if I want to toggle, I can't do this. This doesn't work. For example. So why is this underlined? So we can run it here. Let's now add one thing at a time. Let's start with time. And the timeline. And also just make test. Oh, it saved it, prettified it, of course. So hello world, the time is. So this works fine. So now let's do a random. And Control save will fix that. And F5.
Benny says, hey there.
Hi, Benny, welcome in. So I just testing my first things in Go, just setups of Visual VS Code works with it. Command line worked before. So now we can close this. So my favorite number is 0. So we have to run it again to see that it's actually random. My favorite number is 0. Yeah, that's not correct. So now we got 9172, which is not 0. That's good. What a favorite number to have though, right? So it obviously got 0 twice, which is odd.
Benny says, are you on hacking staff?
I'm just learning stuff. So now I'm a bit too tired to do serious stuff, so I'm just learning a new programming language. uh, mm, you know how %G problems. Yeah, so it works. So this way of including both math and math-rand works. So I'm just experimenting from looking at a few examples on. We got some help here with getting code to work. Here, I'm just clicking through these and grabbing stuff that seems interesting. The %G here. So let's see if we find something else fun. We can grab pi too, math.pi. And we have notes, so we put this in. And my notes are public, so if you would like to see my notes, you can just go to the page. So let's make this observe that this is f. We have print f instead of print line here. In this one with a %G. Right, so I imagine if we wanted to do pi in another way, we would probably do it in several ways, because here we have the time now. We could do probably comma here. Let's actually experiment where we can test it. So let's open up this again, and let's paste a new line, and let's pi is, and this is no. Also, the printf has a \n here because it will not do a new line as print line, I'm assuming. So f5, pi is 3.14 by 5. Then that's how far I'm going on pi. So let's also do pi in another way. And let's do printf instead to learn this better. Pi is
Benny says,
%G.
anyway, I subscribed you, and I'm also started learning Python.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I'm going to make a course in Python, but I'm not prioritizing that now. But a lot of the content that will be in there is in my notes. So this is my notes. So if you go to programming and go to Python here, you have quite a lot of Python notes. And here where I have Python course, there are a lot of examples of basic Python stuff. Like if you want to look at lists, for example, you have an example to run here. It's quite long though. Not scope test of local and global variables. There's a class example here of a Python class. How to install libraries. Hacker stuff like home tools. So I haven't added data here because I have other stuff that here, pawn tools. So here's Ponto's basics, core dump example, running assembly, tubes installation. Here's how to run the shuttlecraft from the. Where did I put the examples for? Yeah, they will be here. They're just
Benny says, is it
Python
paid?
files. No, this is all available. So here are the examples of Python scripts for hacking. Here are my buffer overflow ones. So here's a automatic buffer overflow for a SUI binary on Linux, for example, using pwn tools. So I have done this I made this on streams, and it's not even color coded here. We could actually just open it up here. So it's much easier to look at it in code. So Python scripts for hacking, buffer overflow. So it looks much easier. It's much easier to read here if you want to. I'm not going to go through it now because I've already gone through it so many times on stream. But if you go to, let's see, GitHub,
Benny says, where can
there
I get it?
you can find my public notes, and this is my public notes. You have InfoSec, Lab, Linux, Obsidian Programming is what the Python stuff is. So here's like other basic stuff that has to do with hacking. There's also like streamer bot backup script, streamer related. But this is also available, but an older version on my web page. So fixit42.com notes. And we're just going to update these now because I just did it earlier. I prepared. So we're going to open a new version of the tool commander here. Let's see. Give it 2 seconds to start. I have a few things running now. So let's go for H and fix it. I'm like blind C, D, E, F here. And on the side, I'm going to open my
Benny says,
FTP.
I followed you on GitHub. You are inspiring me.
Thank you. That's the best ever comment, to inspire someone. So this is quite a big directory. I'm going to delete the notes that we just have up here. I'm going to delete this directory and make a new one. So we have a new notes here now, which is bigger than the old one, probably. So I'm last time I didn't delete it. Yes, we want to delete it all. So now there won't be any notes there for a little bit, because if I put 2 up there, I'm going to like get thrown out of my web hotel thingy. A lot of files, but you'll get an updated copy from today. So quite a few files. We could have done it in the background, but I still can't upload the other ones at the same time. So let's hop back to the other stuff meanwhile. And if you have any questions, just ask, and I'll do my best to answer. So this was just an example of a Python script that was useful for cybersecurity. But I just learned about percent %G here. Actually, we could ask ChatGPT. Um, printf. Printf percent %G explain and what percent question mark are there? Percent %G is a forward word. Floating point numbers is the most compact form. That method switches between percent %E scientific and percent %F decimal notation based on the value size and partition. So that is why we have G. It will be depending on the size of the number. That's smart. There's also lots of them. This needs its own. Yeah. So not a link, this. It always looks like a link. Yeah, it definitely looks like a link. But it's not. Yeah. That's like a common bug, right? In ChatGPT. Making it look like a link. Or maybe it's actually a link, but it's like hidden by the formatting somehow. Compact, float, copy. So go basics. Compilation installation. We're going to make a new formatting. Printf. And also uppercase P. And I don't like these fat things it makes. And also header shouldn't have column. It's always go here. More stars. Also, I should have just changed that. That's better. Sorry for the boring formatting thingy. And if we discover something that isn't correct here, or if we discover something that is not here, we will just add it. But this is probably the kind of thing that ChatGPT can do. So, pointer address. Also, I don't want dots at the end of these. And I'm actually going to read it. And it could have just grabbed from another language. Certainly, you never know, you know. So let's see. We're going to test a few of these. Prints literal percent, decimal. So what if we percent D, the ones we had? So here. So let's put a D here, right? And it will tell us squigglies it wants. You can't format it like that. Good. but we should be able to format this as E for scientific notation, right? So let's run it with that. We should get scientific notation here instead now. So we have E plus 0, 0, which is not very good. So G was definitely better. This seems logical and nice. And also very similar to the one above. What I'm curious about is that we have an extra space here. So what if we remove these spaces? Because in the print line, maybe that was counted. And here we have the %T, we have a space here. Right, so we have this, we will only get one space then. And if we remove this space too, will there be a difference or will it be the same? I'm kind of assuming we will still have one space there. Yes, still one space. But it also added the space here again, so I don't think it matters anyway. I don't like this. This is not logical. But I guess it is a print line and not a format. We can't control the formatting. So I will probably mostly use this one. And also meaning we will do a \n at the end, right? So let's actually change the place of these. So let's put this one first so we can see the \n not being there first. They should be on the same line. Yeah. So here pi is, and then we add the \n, and it is outside of the string. It was very noisy about that, and I don't know if I like it or don't like it. I didn't read the message. But it's probably good, because you can't even make an error by mistake. So we have 2 pi is. Let's actually make
Benny says, where can I get all that staff?
Stuff, all that stuff. So let's see if this one it deleted all the nodes. So let's copy the new nodes to this place, and we will soon have new nodes up on the web page. It is 644 megs to copy, so it's uploading it as quickly as it can to the web page, and then you will be able to access it again here. So let's go to this page now when it's not finished. So it's done a bit of it, right? So this might break now. So if you were looking for the programming in Python, it is here now in the Python course, which is not finished. If you want to see the operators, this page is not uploaded yet, so it will be there soon. It is going as quickly as it can, having uploaded 36 of 644 megs. So it's going. Yeah. So this is my notes just exported, and I will update the ones on the GitHub quicker, more often. So if you go to this GitHub link that I sent, and you go to my Obsidian public, then you have it here. You have the programming, Python, and the Python course here, and we also had Pwn tools. We had Python scripts for hacking, buffer overflow, This is the suite exploit generator. Here is just for a box on TryHackMe script. Why is it not showing? Zero bytes. So it was just that file for some reason. It's quite similar to this one anyway. So you also have all the InfoSec stuff. And most of it is in the tools and info here, where you have different, for example, if you want to know about something SMB, which is here, like SMB get. If you run SMB get recursive on an SMB on a Windows share, then it will download all the files recursively.
Benny says I'm more on hacking, that's why I'm learning Python.
Okay, nice. So I also have these start here. For example, if you're on a Linux box, you can look at these, and they don't look pretty here. They're supposed to be opened in Obsidian, not here, and lines are pulled together. It is messy. So here you will actually see it as it is. If you're not going to download it, that's a better way to see it. So we can look at the same one here. So Linux exploration, start here for Linux. Here you can see it's not just blobs of text, but it's indented and different lines and stuff. So what to look for in a file system and stuff. I don't know how much you've been doing it. So if you're a beginner, this might be useful. If you have better stuff, please tell me cool things to add. So we help each other, right? I recently got Hack the Box VIP Plus. So we're going to start doing Hack the Box boxes, but first I'm going to finish the TryHackMe.
Benny says the note page isn't opening.
Yeah, I know it's uploading still. So it isn't finished. Let's see. It's almost finished though. I might have had some cached, so it might do the most important ones at the end. It would only have downloaded new ones that I had not recently been to. So if I go to notes and I control F5 here, yeah, it loads. So hopefully you should get it now. So it's done. It's done. Just check the older versions here. So these two are just nothing. Just delete. Yeah, I think it deleted those. So this one is like 2 then. And this is like 1. And this is like 3. And 1, 2, 3. We have a slight increase every time.
Benny says yes, it worked.
Nice, nice, good. So now all of the things should be easier to read here. So if you go to not Linux, InfoSec, tools and info and Linux. Also, you can click here to find these common files like the Linux ones. And see this one. And then we have a little bit of a graphics bug here with a dash hopping on top. So it's not perfect this, but it looks better than it does on GitHub at least. If you don't want to clone it yourself. Yeah, you really need more SQLI stuff. Should add more here. I should do web stuff. Yeah, and this can happen when you go back with the back. Just cancel if this happens. And all files don't have links, it's just those, so you can just browse around and check. And there's also like JPEGs. That's someone else's image. It's stolen. So generally lots of different things. Here we need to add stuff. Android. Yeah, so I just started looking at bug bounty stuff. It's almost empty. So now it's updated. I can see that it's the latest version here. So
Benny says I am completely newbie.
great. You're welcome to come here every like Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. um, I'm hopefully streaming all of those days at least. Maybe it'll be something more. So what I'm doing right now is learning Go, and I'm not doing like reading all of these things. I'm just looking at the code. As I know other languages, I'm just like, oh, so this is how this works, this is how this works, you know? So now we can see we have our first other function that actually does something. So we can just copy this to our notes.
Benny says I joined your Discord and I'm sure I will learn so much from you.
Yeah, great. Welcome into the Discord. So I thought about actually streaming there too today because I was starting to feel a bit tired. So I'm actually, my audio isn't there right now. I didn't not join it. So there's a Learn Together group where you can just hop in, and if you want, you can also stream your screen and we can share stuff and be like, not just me streaming, but you can show stuff and ask stuff or teach stuff, whatever you want. And there's also like a general one. And I can see that someone new went into there. Oh gosh, and I have so many groups. Like 100, because that's a maximum. So I'm not always very active, but just I hop in and check and trying to make it more active now. Because we have quite a lot of people now actually. So we could, if we just chat a little, we can get started. So let's see here. Also, you can hop in there if you wanna talk live on stream. Let's actually make a new group for this, right? So should we put it under streaming?
Benny says I see you're experienced.
Thank you. I'm experienced in IT at least. I don't know about other stuff. Programming too, I guess. So we want a voice one that is called on stream, right? So if you hop into this one, you risk being on stream. So let's create it, and I'm hopping over there instead. So if you hop in here, you might be heard on stream if you want to talk with your real voice. But if you want to fix your voice or your settings on the TTS, you can click the link there. You can say how your name should be pronounced, and you can set your voice to one of the ones that already exist. So now I hopped over to this one instead. So if anyone wants to be on stream, I could mute myself, of course, here, so wouldn't get an echo. I don't know. We could try this out. So I noticed before that when I actually Yin hopped in on Discord, and I didn't see him in the desktop audio. So let's see if I can make myself be double audioed. But I guess it knows that it's me talking anyway. But I can test that another day. Let's just quickly do a check of voice and video and output device. Yeah, so I guess it couldn't do much different here. Speakers. Right, so what if we do this one? Will this work now? If someone were to hop in here. So I saw the blip there. Uh, yeah, there's a test. Now we have like an echo. Good. So that probably means that if I have these at the same, the thing I am listening to the desktop, if this is what's here, and I think it will go through the audio.
Benny says, where do you based? I'm from Ethiopia.
I'm in Sweden. I'm Swedish. So we have people from all over the world. Before today we had, we've had so many different places already. I don't remember all of them. Ah, yeah. There's Discord. I'll keep it up. So if you want to speak with your own voice and not type, you can hop in there in the group. And of course, it's as always. This is a like family friendly channel, so you should like select your words with that in mind. So let's see there. Now I can see myself again. Well, usually I don't have this dark in this room, but my eyes were just getting tired. It's starting to get late, you know. It's midnight. 23:54 here. What time do you have? Uh, I'm not good with Ethiopian time zones, I must admit. Let's grab this function here and let's put it in the notes. So I made one called functions, and I have a few examples here how we can import uh, mm, imports and basic function, and we will give this one as an example here, and we will say that it's go, and of course we want to call for it to it's not necessary really.
Benny says, so in which platform you're active, or if I want to connect with you, or to ask you how can I talk to you?
So the Discord is a good place, and then I stream on here on Twitch, but I also stream on YouTube at the same time. So in YouTube you can always put comments, but I would just type on Discord, and if there's something you can always send a message to me personally on Discord too, and also on Twitch. But I'm not sure I will see those as quickly. So I'm sure you can reach me if you want to. So let's hop back here and go to the next one, because the function, it's just to know that it's called func. And we can see that we have the int value the output value will be an int here in between the parentheses for the input variables. We see an int, and then we have bird wings here containing the actual functionality of the function. So it's very easy and simple if we just remember to put the int here and that it's func, that is a name. And I'm sure we will see that. We can cut and paste together stuff. So what's the difference between these really? Oh, so xy int. X int, y int, xy int. Yes, I would prefer to have it explicitly given like this. But we can see here that we can shorten it down. And it has the same functionality. So it's good to know for reading code, if nothing else. We can also output two values, and then we would return two values. Yeah, this is let's grab this one too, and let's put this. So my screen switching kind of died. Let's see if it start working. I'll have to do it manually. There. So let's make another basic function. Example, go. And now I think I can switch again. Good. So let's see if we have any more
Benny says I think Discord
examples.
is better. I will talk to you on that. Thanks for your
Yeah.
kindness. I'm going to sleep.
Oh yeah, do that. I should go to sleep too. I'll do it very soon. I'll just learn a little bit more, but go and then. So welcome into Discord again, and welcome into Twitch. And see you another day. And also, you're on YouTube, so Twitch has a better interface. It's just a tip. But you're very welcome to be there on YouTube. It's easier to see also when someone is streaming, but you could get notifications from Discord. Good night. Bye bye. From t.print line, yeah. So what I'm looking for is the Python equal thing, like import star from something, to not have to do the fmt dot, because most languages have something like that, right? If it's not there by default. But also the fully explicit ones, that is nice touch too. Yeah. Maybe we could alias things, because I can imagine these will get along sometimes.
Benny says thanks, baby.
Bye bye. Or night night. Maybe. Some y return. Oh, this is a new return way. I like it. Split 17. Yeah, this one I have to run. 710. So it writes the return values. The input value is 17, and it gives us the part. Interesting. So the return value will be x and y. And when we set the value of x and y, those are what is returned. Interesting. I like this. I understand why people like Go. This is a very nice way. Uh, so, named return values. Uh, yeah, that's the only one that requires a comment. Those other ones are too obvious. So, package main import var c. This is the first time we have variables. Well, like this. So var. let's make a new one called variables. Because I'm assuming we will have types and stuff. Yeah. So oh, this is an interesting example because C is not. Yes, C is there. I was thinking like, is C not there? It is. So C, Python, Java, bool, var I int. So this is obviously a scope difference, and these are global. So let's just grab some examples. Go paste and var I int and no semicolons, though it is similar to C. It's also not object oriented, right? So that's my like. How can it be good without being object oriented? Initializing the values too. Yeah. I'm gonna grab these two lines, and I realize why they do that, but I don't feel it's necessary yet. I will add something about scope later. So var, we can set values. Var C Python Java true false no. Ooh. These don't have types, do if the type is omitted, the variable would take the type of the initializer. So if an initializer is present, the type can be omitted. The variable it takes in the type of the initializer. I don't like this, but it is the way it is. So I'm kind of like avoiding languages with these kind of things. That's what I'm accepting I can't do now. So as a comment on that, I don't like leaving a line not changed, stealing it. And I don't really like the sentence either, so if a value is given, it's loud, meaning I don't think it's good. So omit the type. And it's kind of understood that it will it'll get the type of the value. Not liking it, but it's life, right? So I like explicit stuff. Hi, welcome in.
Born Again says, hey, how's it going?
Yeah, so I'm just grabbing some examples here and learning Go by checking them out, and we test run some stuff. We got Go working in code and install it generally in Windows here. It's easier, of course, in Linux, but why do the easy way? So this was a bit tricky actually. So have you used Go?
Nice.
So I just said that I don't like that it's not, it doesn't have to be explicitly The types don't have to be set. Here we know that it's int 1 and 2. Here they just C, Python, Java, true, false, no. So one's a string and two are booleans. I don't like it. By the way, it's saying true to C. Does it mean that this is C code then? Let's run it, by the way. We can click the run button. 1, 2,
Yeah.
true, false, no. So,
What do you think about Rust?
so I'm about the same level on Rust. I have this document up, but I felt like I wanted to try Go because someone suggested it to me actually when I was asking which one do you think that I should do, because I'm comfy with OOP stuff and this is not OOP. And I don't get why anyone would do it not OP. I'm like, why make it more complicated than it has to be, you know? Why? So I guess I will find out, hopefully. I do want it explicit though, if we can. So I'm not gonna do that way. So let's see here. So this was a new one. What's the difference? They put all the variables here. Sets equals. Yeah, a lot of the things are like, I get the Pascal vibes. This is Pascal syntax from, oh gosh, what year did I learn that? Well, the start of the 90s, I guess, or even earlier. I thought of a functionary statement when it was like 13, maybe, I don't know. Outside a function, every statement begins with the keyword var func and so on. Sets equals construct is not available. Okay, so this only is available within the function. A short assignment statement that can be used in place of a var declaration with an explicit type. Even more shaky stuff. So we need to add this to variables. So instead of var statement, let's say var declaration. Instead of var declaration, well, let's say used. Can only be used within functions. So let's see that I actually inside a function. Yes. So I'm assuming we can't use it outside, but let's test because that's the only way to know. So we haven't got any functions in here. I haven't felt the need to test anything with this. So what will this say? Go build. Syntax error, non-declaration statement outside function body. Kind of obvious, right? So if we put it in here, let's see what it says now. Declared and not used. Yeah, I can assume that this was a use warning. So let's just hello world, comma k. right? And we got rid of the squiggly, and if we run it, we get hello world 3. Let's scroll up. Hello world 3. Yeah, not a very pretty example, but it works. So we know that. Basic types. Yeah, this is a nice list.
What's your favorite language?
I don't know, but I guess I use Python the most now. So I guess it's very nice and quick, as it's a scripting language, and it's useful for hacking stuff, right? So, and I would also suggest someone starting with programming to start with Python. So types. Types. We're going to actually header this and do uppercase and just paste all the types. Represents a Unicode. Well, it can be spaced out, I don't care. It's grouped. So let's see what else we got here. Also, the variable declarations may be factored into blocks, as with import statements like this with parentheses. Var uint 32-bit, 32 system, 64-bit. Alright, so integer value is int. Unless you have a specific reason to use. So, will be sized after your system 32, 64 bit. Let's just do that. So how are you doing? When you need, what's your favorite language, by the way? When you need an integer value, you should use int unless you have a specific reason. I already read that. So let's grab an example of this. And here we can see uppercase T and V. And let's confirm this with what we had here. So uppercase T, type. Right, very nice. It's correct. This is ChatGPT list, so I'm confirming that's true, parts of it. V, person to be, default format. I like that. Default format and the type. Usually don't like that. I do like this, and I want like almost the full example here of this one. Oh, they have a name here, basic types go. First, let's run it so we can see it executed. So bold value false. uint64, you can see here. Value. And complex 128. Oh, that's a cool data type. 2 plus 3i. Complex square root. And we have math complex here. A fun name too. instead of typing out the full one, they're kind of shorting it, but still it's easy to read, like format complex, right? Yeah, I'm liking parts of it, I'm not liking parts of it. I like the %T and %V. And the library naming. So by the way, let's see if our Proxmox server is feeling okay now. So I started it, restarted it, and we got a little question mark here. So why would we have this? So it is just restarted. So what if we do this? So we can see the ISO images. We don't have any backups. This is more simple thing. We can also see the usage. We're using 34 gigabyte of 482. And on this one, we can see the summary usage NA. Okay, that's interesting. So we don't know how much we're using. That's not good that it doesn't know. So we can't do this one either. So these are what? Corrupted? How do we fix this? Let's actually grab these messages. And I guess we do ChatGPT again. Proxmax. VM data storage error. It typically means that there's an issue with the pool metadata for the data volume, and steps to resolve it. So let's check these. So we don't want to leave this in a bad status. So let's make shell here, and let's try LVS A. So data. So these are all the snapshots. They have names. These are the VM drives. The partitions for 1, 2. These are just 1. This one is 3 again. So what I am seeing is that the Windows ones have 3 partitions, 3 disks, and the Linux one have ones of 1. Right, I don't have it up here. Let's actually move this window over here, and we can look at this here. So we have an 80 server which has 3. This one has 3, and the Kali 02 there, it only has 1. This one 3, it only has 1 too. 4 only has 1. 5, Windows Server again, it has 3, meaning newer machines than Windows 10. Newer Windows as the Windows 10 have more drives. And then the Debian and the Kali machine called the Proxmox Kali. Proxley also has that. So, and this looks nice. It's all specified. It's not like not informational, right? So we did hit the limit here. So we have to wait to 3 a.m. I'm not gonna. manually activate the thing pool. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah, so I have nothing to lose. It doesn't matter if this dies anything, so usually these things are kind of mostly accurate. But it could, like, just say, do this and everything will be fixed. Oh, well, the data was deleted. So this has been fun setting it up, so do you want to activate component LV in read-only mode? Let's just test this. Allow an activation. So let's see if ChatGPT can fix it without our help. So it got data about the names from the error message. And we're trying to repair it. Truncating metadata. Okay. That's what it's doing to repair it. The next is restart. So I'm assuming it's grabbing this from a site. So we will see what happens with that. I'm grabbing it's probably grabbing it from some article or something. So it is done. Let's see what it says. Volume group data, insufficient free space, 94 extents, 4065 required, LV data, data meta 0, also backup of unrepaired metadata. If when no longer required. LV data, data meta 0. Let's just do that. So first of all, let's see if it looks different. So it looks the same. Uh, LV remove. No, I click it. LV remove data. Data meta 0. And let's check this thing. So total 1.79 T. So what happened before is that one machine crashed this one, and I was actually going to delete it, but we messed with the hard drives to see if we could fix some stuff before we delete it, because this is imported from VMware, and I think it's a bit like messed up. Yeah, but not as much as I thought, because it was kind of filled up the drive there too. So NA. So the drive should not be full. If we check there, the summary, the disk size here is 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 780, 900, 1 terabyte, right? So we should have half of the disk drive left, except for the snapshots, right? I have to look into the network thing later. So we can't see anything here. Activating LV data failed. Activation of logical volume data is prohibited while logical volume data T data is active. So can we just close everything down? Let's try another restart. That's actually what it suggests too. It's this, right? We can run this. So we have all the question marks here now. So it is up. This is still in the same state. It said it didn't have enough room. We could add another disk to this, but how did this happen? I'm kind of blaming this. Let's actually start this one. It didn't stop in a good way. And it still has using 8 gigabytes, though it had been trying to stop for half an hour. And APT update crashed, upgrade crashed. So I don't know how much it messed up stuff. Obviously a lot, right? Because that's the only thing. So this is just an headless Debian, the new Kali VM, just installed on fresh. This is just a copy of this one. Right, let's actually delete this one because it's not even started, and the same with this one. It's not installed as anything. Let's delete the ones that we can just do without having any problems at all because we haven't done anything. It's just clones. So purge all the stuff from this, and we need to type 105, remove. So, as these are just copies. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh gosh, this is a note for the snapshot that this was copied from. That's funny. So we can see that something is used in use. We can also see what's running on this one. And here it says it has Intel 8 cores. So 0.05, 0.35, 0.0% of CPUs. So I had this that it was 8 from somewhere, and then I read 4, and I was like, okay, I was wrong. but obviously it wasn't fully wrong. So this one had restart. Now it's just not updating quickly. So we can see quickly if a machine is running. It will not have a start button, for example, and it will have stats. So I did delete this one, and I'm curious why it's not disappearing. Remove 105. Actually, let's click this one because it will probably tell us destroy, start, error activating. Failed. Yeah, so the things we did, we need to go backwards probably. So let's grab that window. Where is it? No, I closed it. So so yes, and activate. Mm, mm, undo. So so let's do backwards. Is he used by another device? Hmm. Oh, darn. That's a problem. I guess we copy. First of all, let's see what happens now. If we try and yeah, the shell is running. That's correct. If you try to delete this one now, remove. Oh, 152. So now it worked. Destroy, okay. So we're going to destroy 104 too. Because these are just cloned machines. This is a copy of this one, and the other one was a copy of the 80 server at the previous point before it was an 80 server snapshot. So There. So pretty worked. Good. Let's see if we can start the Kali machine. Actually, let's see if this works now. It does. It works. So the problem was solved. Interesting. So I didn't have to do anything with this one. You must be able to use more than half the disk before it like goes exclamation mark on you. So we're going to do this, which needs this. And we can see here all the size it takes to, right? So do you realize that these seem kind of big, right? The snapshots are not incremental in any way. They just do a full darn thing. That's the problem. So we can't use snapshots like I usually do. They do a full darn thing. Okay, so we just use one snapshot per machine. We can't do snapshots for a big one because look, this is what happened. 300 gig for every snapshot. Let's ask stupid ChatGPT this question. Uh, this output looks crazy. Does the snapshot really do the snapshot? This is just nonsense. Take the full HDD size, 300 GB. Yes, snapshots in LVM can take up significant amount of space, but you don't always take the full size of the original disk. Here's what's happening: snapshots and space usage. And let's TTS this while we look at other stuff.
Snapshots and space usage. A snapshot initially takes very little space, but as changes occur to the original volume, the snapshot will start consuming space to store those changes, deltas. When you take a snapshot, it uses metadata and copy on write, cal, blocks. The more changes that happen to the original volume, the more space the snapshot will consume. Snapshots of large volumes, the size of the snapshot, 100.00G or 300.00G, represents the size of the original volume
This
at the
is
time the
just
snapshot was
one
taken.
80 server.
However, it doesn't mean that the snapshot initially takes up all that space. It's only when changes to the original volume occur that the snapshot's space usage increases. Current snapshot usage. In your output, you have several snapshots with large sizes, 100 GB or 300 GB. These are large due to the size of the original volumes, but they don't immediately consume that space. Over time, if many changes occur, the snapshots will start consuming more space, potentially filling up the volume if not managed properly.
So, why did it act like it was full? Because I don't think it's realistic, you know. So if we look at the actual drives, we have 100, 200, 300, 400, 5, 6, 700, 800, right? And I deleted 2 that were copies. By the way, we need to document these commands. Let's see what it said after this. If you have snapshots, you no longer need. There's a good idea to remove them to free up space. You can remove a snapshot. Yeah, we just delete them in the UI. You can also check snapshot usage with VGS. VGS, the VGS. So we're using this much, and the reason we went over and it with exclamation mark on us. Yeah, so we used more than we had. That's crazy. Okay, let's TTS that while I fix it.
It looks like your data volume group, VG, is running low on free space, with only about 16.25
That's
GB left
crazy.
available, V-free. This could be due to the snapshots, especially the large ones consuming space.
Yeah.
Here's what you can
So
do.
these are the
Check snapshot
snapshots.
usage, use LVS again to see if any snapshots have grown significantly and are consuming free space. If the
So these
snapshot
are
size,
tiny,
example
tiny
100 GB,
changes.
300 GB, is larger than the actual data that has changed, it can consume a lot of space. Remove unused snapshots. If there are snapshots you no longer
So
need,
let's
you
remove
can
this
remove them to free
one.
up space.
We
For
can
example,
install a fresh
remove
Windows
slash dev
again.
slash data slash snap
But
underscore
the
VM
one with
100 disk
Vertigo
0 underscore
drivers
AD installed.
is the one that's
Repeat this for
interesting.
any unnecessary snapshots, particularly the larger ones. Snap underscore VM 100 disk 0 underscore enable
So the
RDT.
snapshot
Snap underscore
possibility
VM
just
200 disk
disappeared
0 underscore
from
Kali full
our
install,
graph.
etc. Consider extending the volume group. If snapshots are needed but you still want more space, you can add more physical
So this is
volumes,
crazy,
PVS, to the
totally
volume group to
crazy.
increase available storage. Reduce the
So
snapshot size.
this
If you
was
don't want to remove
enabled
snapshots but want
BPRDB.
to reduce their impact, consider reducing the snapshot size by creating them with more specific storage or using smaller volumes. Once you clean up unnecessary snapshots, you should see more free space in the vFree field of VGS.
So as we were just using, I imagine the snapshots would work like in VMware, that they were tiny to start with, and as it said grow, but they seem to just grab all the data uh, at once. So 80 is now installed. I'm kind of good with it not having a backup, that it's just where we are. So I'm going to remove that one too, and just have the fresh install if we want to make a new server. So let's see. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Guess only thing is clicking around. So installed Spice with agent. This one we will need to start before we know if it's good. This one we cloned before. And we started updating, but it crashed. So now I think we know why we were having problems. So we can't actually have more machines if we want any snapshots. So curly followers plus desktop. Got the files from the old VM. You are here. So we're going to start this one first, as this is the important one. And the Debian one, I should have used a tinier drive. And we can just remove the snapshot because it takes 100 gig of the drive. So I did not expect this. I did not. Very, very surprised. So this one has 2 snapshots. And as this hasn't worked fully after I did this, I want to make sure that it's working fully before we continue. And it's almost 1 a.m. and I'm feeling a bit sick, so it's time soon to say goodnight. But I want this working fully. Let's run the check. So I closed the shell, right? Yeah. So let's just open it again. And let's run the VGS. And now it says 16G. This is just odd. It's not possible to be correct. So all these extra ones are deleted. So we have disk 0, 1, 2 for 100. We have 2, 3, and 200, two different ones. Those are just 300 each. So we'll fix those now. So let's console spice. So this is my new main Kelly. And I want to make sure that it works. Good. And I will remove something. So this is what I mean. We'll check that it works correctly. So Debian also asks you for where to download from, right? Mirrors. So, oh gosh. I guess we broken packages. That's usually what's the thing when it's not wanting to install stuff. But I've never seen it say broken packages before. I should compare the files on my Debian machine here that we installed, the headless and these, because there I use a Swedish server. There I see SE, mirror SE. Yeah, so it's using Swedish stuff now for some of it. So while it's going, let's go. Let's go. As in go. Um, Yeah, this example was nice. Gosh. Oh. We're definitely variables. So I'm thinking of bringing the whole thing. Uh, block. Variable declarations. Declaration. So maybe we should just delete this bit. And this is more like a formatting thing. Right, and it's the same variable twice. I was like, why are there two variables? Of course, because it has to save both times. So let's put this example here too. I like this variable, it was cool. The shifting is nice. So it's UN64, so we know to do 64 steps. UN64 value. As if we, what would we use those numbers for? Something, I guess. So I think we're done with this nice example. Variables declared without explicit initial value are given their zero value. Oh, right, and we can see the zero value. So we will see the Boolean zero value here too. And I'm not surprised. But they are zeroed automatically. Let's write that in text. Not initialized variables. They are given the types zero value, false for so good that they both work in my left ear because I want to be able to hear in one ear, and they kind of fall out of my right ear. It's obviously a bigger ear well, what is called variables, not variables. So for string dot. It's kind of logical for the numerical ones, right? And I will say uninitialized instead of not, but I think they said not, so maybe they didn't. Converts value v to type t. Some numeric conversions. So, not much to say about this, is it? Just types conversion. Go, 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 go. So I'm looking at this thinking if I should just grab this or if I should like grab this as an example. This is a quite nice f float 64. We get the type for the variable, then we just convert it and square root this. Convert it to the right type before this. And here is a uint. So this is the uint version. We don't need that. This is simpler. Int 42, and then we convert the I and the F. Yeah. So this shows how we just use a type name to convert to it, right? And this is just to make it code. That's good enough. There will of course be other types. Func main b sets equals plus I change me. V is of type run. So E is of type complex 128. So 0.00001 0.1 well, of course, we could just now it's a float instead. Now it's an int. So why are we doing this? Type inference. And declaring your error. Yeah, so we already had this in the notes. So I'm disappointed that I looked at this. Ah, whatever. Constants, yeah, something new, const. Declare like variables, but with a const keyword instead of var then. Can be character string, boolean, numeric. Cannot be declared using sets equals, because they're not set to something. So, but they can also be declared within a limited scope. Okay. First of all, let's actually make variables a uppercase. And let's say conversion, let's set constants here. Uh, constants, use const instead of var dot, well, not const, but const. Well, could it be more simple? And we can see that they can have different scope. So let's just go to the next one. Numeric constants are high precision values. Untyped constant takes a type needed for byte context. Typing need int big to try typing need int big. An int can store a maximum of 64 bits. Const create a huge number by shifting one bit 100 places. In other words, a binary number that once followed by 100 zeros. Big. Small equals big. Shift 99. Func need int 1 int. And here they're showing us that we don't need any. Very nice after Python. That's the only bad thing with Python. But it's not really a problem, it's just getting used to it. But the positioning is important. Func need int x int int. Return 10 times x plus 1. Okay, so it's just adding 1 and multiplying by 10. Func need float. I'm too tired. So, all the counts can be declared in the second way here. So I'm a bit sweaty. I have 27.8 degrees in here now by both computers being on and the door being closed. Oh my god, it's minus 7.8 outside. So let's see what's happening with our machine that we're waiting for. It's just 5%, but it's of the installation. So maybe I will stop anyway. Let's see who's online. So this is working now. I know why it happened. I know how it happened. Unfortunately, I know that it's bad with snapshots on Proxmax. So let's actually Google for that. Proxmax max snapshots. Size. And they're starting store requirements for snapshots. And then go and change every bit. Snapshot size will be 100. Yeah, but they seem to be too big. Of the backup. This does not mean the maximum snapshot size should be 75 gigs. Backup versus snapshot. A lot of people seem to talk about backups too. I've not tried that yet. So I'm tired, so
Solved.
I'm
How much size
gonna.
are my snapshots taking up? Inconsistent outputs from ZFS list. JSolace424. Active member. Hi, can someone please explain why the output of these two commands suggests that my snapshots are different sizes? My VM state storage is set to a different disk than where my VMS are running from. For example, the snapshot for disk 201 shows up at 2.57 G in one output but 5.87 M in another. Which one is correct? Code. Root attribute hashtag ZFS list R. Name used avail refer mount point. Nextcloud.storage 284G2.36T126G slash nextcloud.storage. Nextcloud.storage slash nc.vm.backups
Yes, let's get past that.
24.7G2.36T96. New underscore SS code. Root attribute hashtag Myra. Proximix staff member. Did you create the snapshots with RAM? Usually VM-VMID state-name is a pattern used for state files which contain the RAM. JSolace424. Active member. Myra said. Did you create the snapshots with RAM? Usually VM-VMID state-name is a pattern used for state files which contain the RAM. Yes, I did include RAM. That was also my suspicion, thanks for confirming.
So no answer? Oh, whatever. They don't have our problem. Why do we have another problem when they do? I'm too tired for that today. We can close this. Yeah, I'll give this a chance. We'll give this a chance. All right. That was from yesterday's stream. People were talking about music, and I promised to listen, and I haven't yet. Oops. Yeah, we googled this, by the way, and this seems to be some old thing that just resets when it's at the end. You know what the original purpose of that was? So we still have these up. Let's close that. Right, right. I'm still on the Discord too. Switch device. So probably it wasn't working there on the Discord for a bit. So when I switch ears, I need if I do it like if I'm in there, I need to fix that. This one is stopped now. Oh, this was the old one too, right? So we already finished that. And then we have this thing expiring. Path will be decommissioned, cyber defense. So I think I will do that one. Maybe I'll do it during the week. We'll see. So I need my VMs functioning first. And it is currently, let's see. Oh gosh, I'm really blurry. Yeah. So the thing is that let's see here. I'm tired. Why do I keep saying that? Should just do something about it instead. So we have that I can close. I just want to see what's the status is on this. Yeah, so I'm going to update this one so it's fully updated and make sure that it works. Then I'm going to simply delete the snapshots. But I don't see why they should take so much data. They can't really take 300 gigs each. But this compared to the one before, I can see it's a lot of changes because we're downloading a lot of things and updating a lot of things. The thing is that this machine was installed yesterday with the latest Kali lens, so how can there be so many things to update? I don't get it. It's from yesterday. Hmm. Uh, so the cyber defense path, uh, it seems cool. And we need to enroll it again to be able to see the things here. So the first one I had only the Wireshark. That's what's up here. Wireshark to finish. It's looking at a few pcaps. And then there were a lot of interesting things that I wouldn't mind doing on stream, really. But also, let's just look at one of them, like Nessus. So I think, since I'm so tired, I'm going TTSs. And
Neshes. Learn how to set up and use Neshes, a popular vulnerability scanner. Easy. 45 minutes.
maybe we'll
Neshes vulnerability
just...
scanner is exactly what you think is it's. A vulnerability scanner. It uses techniques similar to map to find and report vulnerabilities, which are then presented in a nice GUI for us to look at. Neshes is different from other scanners as it doesn't make assumptions when scanning. Like assuming
Yeah.
the web application is running on port 80 for instance. Neshes offers a free and paid service, in which some features are left out from the free to make you more inclined to buy the paid service. Their pricing is similar to Burp Suite, so
Oh,
unless you got some
10
spare
days.
change, we will just be using their free version. You can check out their pricing options here, http URL. We will be installing Neshes on a local Kali VM. Warning,
I think
do not
this
install
link is
Neshes on the
old.
THM attack box. It will not work, as there's no sufficient space. Other OSs will not be covered in this walkthrough, in which case the official installation guide can be found below. http URL. Step number 1. Go to http URL. And register an account. You will need to do this for an activation code. Step number 2. We will then download the Neshes ###debian6_amd64.deb file. Save it to your /download/folder. Step number 3. In the terminal we will navigate to that folder and run the following command. sudo dpkgi package_file.deb. Remember to replace package_file.deb with the file name you downloaded. Step number 4. We will now start the Neshes service with the command. sudo /bin/systemcll start neshes.service. Clicking the skip button will bring us to a page, which we will input that code we got in the email from Neshes. Fill out the username and password fields. Make sure to use a strong password. Step number 8. Neshes will now install the plugins required for it to function. This will take some time, which will depend on your internet connection and the hardware attached to your VM. If the progress bar appears to be not moving, it means you do not have enough space on the VM to
So what
install.
I'm thinking
Log in with the account
is
credentials you
this
made
even
earlier.
working now?
What is
mm, so I'll probably not be able to answer this. I mean, it will might have said I don't know, right? Yes, I've been there. Free product.
Nesh's Essentials is a free product from Tenable that provides high-speed, in-depth vulnerability scanning for
Did
up to
I
16
fill
IP
this
addresses per
out?
scanner.
And I'll just
Limitations:
check my
Nesh's
mail.
Essentials does not support unlimited scanning, compliance checks, content audits, live results, configurable reports, or the Nesh's virtual appliance. For access to these features and more, upgrade to Nesh's Professional. For students and educators, if you are using Nesh's Essentials for Education, register through the Tenable for Education program to get started. Learn Nesh's. Our on-demand Nesh's Fundamentals course covers everything from asset discovery to compliance, helping you master Nesh's for effective vulnerability assessment in various business use cases.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I filled this out. You're registering for a 1-year Nessus Essentials license. So you should be ready to test it when you do it. That's why I didn't do it, I guess. So let's see here. Yeah, so it's like time for me, and we can't wait for this. It's just 15%. So I'm gonna check out here who we're gonna hop to. So let's. I think uh, I tend to go for the one with the least number of people watching. Let's see. Yeah. Well, it's kinda equal, but let's go for area byte. So we'll continue this, of course. All of the things that we're doing. I'm hoping that both my Proxmox will be working fine next time, that my mic will work instead of using this tiny little crappy thing in my ear. And I might have reinstalled my computer. I might have done something else. And I might not have, because I might have gotten sick. We'll see. I hope I'm not getting sick. Uh, so, yeah. I think I'll click the button. So, good night. See you next time. I think everybody else has fallen asleep already. Bye. Thanks for being here.